The search for Michael Vaughan continues. Michael went missing from his neighborhood in Fruitland in July of 2021. He was just 5 years old at the time. Law enforcement has spent the last year and a half investigating. But the Fruitland police chief says a credible tip led investigators to a home near Michael's neighborhood this weekend.
Crews are back out in Fruitland today searching for Michael Vaughan. Police believe his remains are in the backyard of a Fruitland home, and today is the 6th day crews are excavating the yard. Crews could be at the house on Red Wing Street for another week. This house is just 4 minutes from the Vaughan's home.
As you know, from the time Michael went missing, this has been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, and it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop. During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Sarah Wandra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wandra's home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains. Ground penetrating radar was also used and deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation of the entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Although the remains of Michael Vaughan were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing. Once the excavation was complete, we conducted a thorough search of the Wandra's residence. The search was productive, and additional investigative evidence was recovered and is currently being processed.
Evidence suggests that the following individuals who are currently in custody are involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Sarah Wandra, 35 years old. Sarah lives at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Sarah has firsthand knowledge and is involved in Michael's abduction. Sarah Wandra is currently being held at the Payette County Jail for failing to report a death to law enforcement. And STACEY Wandra, 30 years old, a male. STACEY was also living at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that STACEY has firsthand knowledge and is involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Brandon Shurtliff, 30 years old, of Kuna, Idaho. Brandon was living with Sarah and STACEY Wandra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe Brandon has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. ADRIEN LUCIENNE, 32-year-old male out of Toledo, Ohio. ADRIEN was staying with Sarah and STACEY Wandra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe that ADRIEN has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction.
Hello, everybody. Today is July 27th, 2025. 4 years, 4 suspects since Michael Vaughan's abduction. 4 years, too long. Welcome to the all-day live stream to bring awareness to Michael Monkey Vaughan. I am so glad to be here today, and I have missed you guys oh so much. Just so much, you guys don't even know. We have had a lot of family emergencies, hiccups, health stuff going on, not only with me, with my daughter, grandkids visiting, all the things. So I have not been live in many weeks. But I'm so happy to see so many familiar faces. Yeah, Sarah Suspicious is in the house. Thank you so much. Moderators for coming in. Chaos Queen is here. Good to see you. Pretty Assessor is here. Good to see you, hun. Jay Marie. We've got Eve Hickman. Oh my gosh, it's so nice to just see so many people. Thank you, Eve, for sharing so much with the lives, with the post and everything. I appreciate it. Aggie is here. Mick Sporen from Scotland is here. Thank you so much for coming in. Oh my goodness. So many people. Ivy's mom, thank you so much for coming in. Rhonda is here. Good to see you. Monkey's Army has showed up today. 4 years too long. Beverly Laurier, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you being here for another live. Oh my goodness, so many people are here. Opal is here, and she's, of course, leaving us a great message today. Life can be tough, and sometimes you just need a gentle reminder that you are valued, you are important, and you matter. Thank you so much, Opal. You're always so sweet and kind in the comments, and we really appreciate you being here. It means a lot to me to see you here. Monkey's Army in the house, along with all of Monkey's armies. Monkey's Army says we want answers. We want Michael back now. The Vaughan family wants Michael back now. CJ is here in the house. We will keep fighting for truth, justice, and Michael to be returned home. We will not stop. You hear that, Brandon, Adrian, STACEY, Sarah? We will not stop. We will never, ever stop. Nana, Nada Drama Nana. It always makes me stutter. Good morning from upstate New York. Not a day goes by that I don't think of Monkey and his family. One day there will be justice for Michael. Hopefully that day is coming soon and charges will come. Dawn is here. Thank you so much for being here. I am glad to be back. I am glad to be back. My computer took a shit, honestly, and I had it back last week. It took so long and was in the shop for almost 2 weeks because they almost lost every single video that I have in my computer. And as you guys can imagine, that is all of my videos in Michael's case, all of my videos and information in Kyron's case was almost completely lost. I still don't know what the problem was with my computer, but thank God for the Geek Squad because they were able to save everything and I have all of my information. I get into my StreamYard today. StreamYard decides they want to change up how everything looks in StreamYard. So I got really nervous really quick when I went to download stuff because I didn't know StreamYard wanted to change everything. So I have been a little bit nervous. Big O, good to see you. Baby kisses in the house. Thank you for coming in. I am just so happy to be here. You guys don't even know how much I've missed you guys. I really just want to start off by saying that I have gotten to know Brandy and her family. I have friendships with many amazing people that I have met since taking on Michael's case. And I truly feel blessed to be a part of Monkey's Army and to be trusted by Brandy and the Vaughan family. Brandy and I, oh my gosh, we have spoken for hours upon hours and hours about life, about her illness, about her kids, my grandkids. My 10-year-old granddaughter has even spoken to Brandy and Bug. And we're like family now. And my heart is just completely broken today. I'm not going to lie. I've broken down in tears going over everything that I want to talk about today, everything that I've written down. It's a hard day in the Vaughan family's home today, and my heart's just broken. Brandy, Kyler, Bugs, Blue, Bubba, and Papa, I love you all so very much, and I will never, ever stop. You're all stuck with me. One of the people that I have gotten to know is Lynn, Brandy's sister. It's a sister from another mother. They met at Brandy's sweet 16th birthday party, and she'll be joining us today at 2 p.m. because she'll be speaking about Brandy, things that Brandy went through and everything, because Brandy has been so sick, and she was just too sick to write anything out, to do any videos or anything for today. At this point, we're really praying for a miracle for Brandy, for a liver, and for Brandy to just be able to keep pushing through and fighting until she gets that liver. You got this, Brandy. You got this. She's just got to keep herself out of the hospital and get through all of her appointments. Once she gets that liver, she'll have to stay in Utah for quite a while. From what I understand, anywhere from a month to 2 months in like a studio or 1-bedroom apartment type thing that, you know, they'll have to do for her. Tyler will have to take off work for a while. You know, the family's going to really pull together. I'm sure friends will be pulling together to help take care of her while she's there after she gets that liver. She's got to stay close where, you know, they're doing all of the things in Utah. So we're just praying for you, Brandy, and the Vaughan family today. I know all of our hearts here at Missing PNW are heavy. We know Monkey's Army is strong, and all of our hearts are going out to the Vaughan family today. 4 years is too long. Too long. Not having any answers. We're praying for Michael to come home so he can be put to rest, for the suspects to be charged. We're praying that justice will be served. Monkey's Army will never stop seeking justice and looking for answers. So Sarah, STACEY, Brandon, and ADRIEN, where's Michael? The 4 of you hold all of the answers. Stop being cowards. It's time to talk. It is time to talk. The Vaughan family have gone 4 years with no hugs and kisses, no I love yous. 4 years of no baths and that beautiful smell that our children have after their baths. And if you're a mom, you know, PJs and good nights. 4 years of no good morning snuggles and family breakfasts. 4 years of not hearing Michael's laugh, seeing his smile, or looking into his beautiful eyes. 4 years of not watching Michael grow or play with his trucks and play his games. Play with his best friend and his baby sister Buggy, or going camping and digging for rocks, finding frogs or salamanders, swimming, doing all of the beautiful things that children do. 4 years of no school or school friends or meeting new teachers, having teachers and making memories, growing up with those friends at school. 4 years of no Christmas mornings, no Thanksgiving dinners, no Easter egg hunts, no going to church or 4th of July fireworks. And besides all those things that Michael has missed with his family, there's been 4 years of wonder, of what ifs, 4 years of heartache and pain. Where's Michael? Is he okay? Is he scared? Is he eating? Is he alive? Or is he dead? Is he being harmed? Or is he being loved? 4 years of endless, sleepless nights, along with 4 years of nightmares when you can actually sleep. 4 years of searching, advocating, YouTube lives, news interviews, hanging flyers until your feet are blistered and bruised, or your feet are even frostbitten from walking in the snow, or your skin burned from walking in the heat of 100 degrees or more to pass out those flyers. 4 years of LE interviews and visits, becoming family with law enforcement because your child is missing. 4 years of your heart pounding every single time your phone rang. Making sure your phone stays charged, because if it's not, you're going to panic that a phone call is going to come in and you're going to miss it. Making sure your phone's close by, because if it's not, you're going to panic, because what if you miss something? 4 years of waiting for a phone call that never came, that Michael was found. 4 years of the unknown, when 4 suspects, 4 people who all know the answers to the questions, especially the one question that weighs the heaviest on the Vaughan family. Where is Monkey? Where is Michael Joseph Vaughan? Where is our son? Where is our brother? Where is our grandson? Where is our nephew? Where's Michael? Baby kisses, you're right, day after day after day for 4 years, living in a nightmare, feeling numb just going through the motions every single day. The unknown has to be the absolutely most terrifying thing that the Vaughan family has gone through. It's a very sad day today. My heart is broken. We're here to bring awareness. We're here to talk about Monkey. But most importantly, we're here to talk about the suspects. We are here to talk about the suspects that took Monkey 4 years ago today. They have been free to an extent. We know that Sarah and STACEY are both locked up right now, and hopefully they stay there. But they know things. They're not talking. And it's time that they talk. Okay, so let me see what everybody's got to say. Thank you guys so much for coming in, for your prayers. I know this is a hard day for a lot of people, especially the ones that know the Vaughan family, that are the Vaughan family. Aggie says, please God, hear our prayers right now in our chat. I beg you, God, please bring this beloved child, Michael Joseph Monkey Vaughan, home. The Vaughan family needs closure. Amen to that. There is a $52,000 reward for any information leading to Michael Vaughan, or information that can lead them to where he is, or, help the investigation. Michael Joseph Vaughan, been missing since July 27th of 2021. He was 5 years old. There are 4 suspects that have been named in his case: STACEY, Wandra, Sarah, Wandra, ADRIEN, LUCIENNE, and Brandon Shurtliff. And we want to know, where's Michael? Where is he? You all know, and it's time for you to tell us where Michael is. You can give a tip, any tip, by calling 208-642-6006, or you can email findmichael@fruitland.org. No tip is too small. Let law enforcement decide whether or not your tip is credible. That's up to them. There are people out there that know things, and they need to come forward. They need to tell people what they know. Be Michael's hero. Be the Vaughan family's hero. It's time for justice. Again, that tip line phone number is 208-642-6006, or email findmichael@fruitland.org. I just want to share one of the pictures that went out. Let's see. This is the flyer that went out for Michael after he was abducted. Idaho Missing Persons Clearinghouse, endangered missing. Vaughan Michael Joseph Vaughan, age 5, male, white. His height was 3'7", 50 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes. Last seen wearing a light blue Minecraft shirt and black boxer briefs with lime green stitching, with size 11 flip-flop sandals. Last seen around Southwest 9th Street in Fruitland, Idaho. His photo was taken, or this particular photo was taken about 1 month prior to last seen date. If you have any information about Michael, please contact Fruitland Police Department 208-642-6006, or you can email tips to findmichael@fruitland.org. I'm going to leave this picture up while I talk about July 27th, 2021. Brandy left for work. Tyler was at home with Michael. Throughout the day, Brandy had called, checked in at home, and during one of those phone calls, she finds out that Tyler can't find Michael. Michael disappeared between 6:40 and 7:10 p.m. The 911 call from Tyler was at 7:21 p.m. and there was an immediate search of the area. At 8:20 p.m., missing and endangered alert went out via emails, phone calls, text messages to the area residents until about 11:20 p.m. that night. No Amber Alert was issued. Michael's picture and his information went out to law enforcement nationwide through the National Crime Information Center, NCIC. He was entered into Missing Children's Clearinghouse and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Throughout the night of July 27th, 2021, law enforcement from all around the area, neighbors, volunteers, and citizens of Fruitland and beyond searched for Michael until help arrived the next morning. Over 100 officers from federal state agencies, including the FBI's Rapid Deployment Team, along with trained search from Idaho Fish and Game, Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, fire departments, multiple law enforcement agencies, and again, citizens in the community, all searching for Michael. 200 homes were searched. All the properties that had outbuildings, a septic tank was searched. I recently learned it was because the lid was either not on or wasn't sitting on that septic tank correctly. So they searched that. Garbage cans, vehicles, irrigation ditches, and drain canals, all searched. Trained search teams and law enforcement, along with canine teams from around the country, searched over 3,000 acres of farmland and even into the city of Fruitland looking for Michael. Drones were used, boats with sonar, boats with canines, kayaks, and even paragliders were out looking for Monkey. Hours and hours of surveillance footage was given to law enforcement by local businesses and residents that were eventually looked at and searched for any kind of information, evidence that could help find Michael Vaughan. 27 search warrants served, and triple that with the searches that people gave consent for to come on into their house and search for Michael. it's so heartbreaking to be here today. To know that the family still doesn't have answers. And to know that the search continues for Monkey. Okay, so I put together a timeline of like the first year. First, I want to play something just because I think it's a very special little video that was done by Opal for Michael. And yeah, I think that watching the beautiful video is definitely something we can all watch and remember Michael. Let me see if I can find it. It's such a good song. It's such a good video.
In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. Where is Michael, playful and free, running in a world so wild with glee? Where's the laughter? Where's the joy? Bring back home that little boy. Fruitland streets, they hold their breath, searching shadows since your last step. In the twilight, hopes don't fade, praying safe return without delay. Whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. Where is Michael, playful and free, running in a world so wild with glee? Where's the laughter? Where's the joy? Bring back home that little boy. Through the face, they hold their breath, searching shadows since your last step. In the twilight, hopes don't fade, praying safe return without delay. Every face, every glance, catching hope in every chance. I still search the endless night for signs of you in morning light. Every face, every glance, catching hope in every chance. I still search the endless night for signs of you in morning light.
Don't forget about Michael. Please, please do not forget about Michael. We haven't, and we won't stop until we bring him home and get justice for him. Please, please do not forget about Michael.
whispers of the wind we hear, a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. In the whispers of the wind we hear, a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home.
That song gets me every time. Tell you what, such a beautiful song. Yes, chills. I have little things sticking out and hairs all over my legs and arm right now. It's just so beautiful, and I'm love that Opal allows anybody to use it. And thank you guys again for all being here, for being part of Monkey's Army, to support the Vaughan family and support Michael. I know that the Vaughan family really appreciates everybody coming in. I see you. Thank you for being here. I see you too. Angel Girl is in the house. Thank you for coming. We've got Creaker here. Thank you so much. My favorite reminds me of my own boy's blonde hair, blue eyes, precious child. I know, he's so beautiful, isn't he? Just talking about Monkey and Walmart. I've been talking about Monkey all week too. In case nobody told you today, you're loved, you're needed, you're alive for a reason, you're stronger than you think, you're going to get through this. Don't give up, you matter. Thank you so much, Opal. Thank you for that beautiful song. See something, say something. Yes. For instance, missing child here in Washington State. See something, say something. People on one of the ferry boats noticed the people who were put out on the Amber Alert, child found. That's what happens when you say something, when you see something. Okay, so I have some news clips from around the time when Michael Vaughan was abducted that I want to go over. Again, this is pretty much an all-day live stream. As long as people are here, as long as conversation's going, we're going to keep pushing through, not only with news articles, but from different information, videos, clips that I've put together since I started working on Michael's case. We are here to bring awareness for Michael, to bring awareness for the 4 suspects, to remember that Michael Vaughan has not returned home, and that there are 4 suspects that know exactly where he is, and none of them are talking. They're cowards. They are all narcissistic in their own ways. Who could hold that kind of information, who could do anything like this to a child. One of them abducted Michael, one of them murdered Michael, one of them buried Michael in the Wandra's backyard, one of them moved Michael to an unknown location, and that location is unknown to this day, and that location haunts the Vaughan family because they want Michael home to put him to rest so that they can try to pick up the pieces of their lives and move forward, as hard as it is. Let me just share one of the first searches for Monkey. Hold on one second. Let me pull this up. I have so many open tabs right now. Y'all don't even know. Okay.
To say I'm fired up about this one, guys, that would be the understatement of the
Hold on a
century. Kurt
second.
Warner's
Where
an
are all these ads coming from? Hold up. Jeez Louise.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us here on this Friday edition of the News at 10. I'm Shira Matzazella, and we're staying on top of the search for the missing 5-year-old Michael Vaughan from Fruitland. Police say nothing has been ruled out, and the likelihood this case is possible abduction increases each day. Our Tristan Lewis joins us now with more about what partnering agencies are providing to the case. Tristan.
Shira, numerous agencies locally and out of the state are working with Fruitland PD to find Michael, from Idaho State Police to the FBI, each making it clear their mission is to recover Michael and bring him home. After months of searches and sharing his face and name, the question still remains: where is 5-year-old Michael Vaughan?
It's been surprising to me that this case has not gotten more national attention.
The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has been following Michael's case since he went missing on July 27th. In 2020, the Center for Missing and Exploited Children was able to resolve more than 27,000 missing children cases. More than 1,100 of those were abductions.
And due to the fact that we've conducted multiple searches using every tool available to us with no success, it increases the possibility that Michael was abducted.
Even with the heightened possibility Michael has been abducted and still missing 4 months later, the center says communities cannot give up hope.
We always want to remind people that it is important to stay vigilant in these types of cases, because more time goes on, the less and less attention a case like this gets.
A big part of what the center does is make sure missing children's stories are not forgotten. They go on national media programs, share images and details on social media, and more to reach new people.
Because at this point, police, that's what they're relying on, is help from the public.
They believe law enforcement in the case are doing a good job of encouraging people to reach out and send information if they've seen or heard anything in regard to Michael. But they don't believe that's enough.
I would like to see this case get more national attention, because if this child was indeed abducted, who knows where this child is now? The child may be nowhere near Fruitland. It's important to make sure that everybody's looking for Michael, no matter where they live.
And I reached out to Fruitland Police, and they tell me they are still working to identify that white Honda Pilot and a man with a dark hair wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts that were in the area the time Michael disappeared. They are not considered suspects, but police want to talk with them about what they may have seen or know. And Shira, this again continues to be an ongoing investigation by Fruitland.
That was not the one video that I wanted to show. That was 4 months after Monkey disappeared. The day that he disappeared was just, can't even imagine. First of all, being a mother, a father, a sister, a brother out searching for your child. But thank God the community came together and helped so much, because the big search didn't even start until the next day on the 28th. I could find, and I'm not saying that there wasn't any news or Michael's face didn't go up on the news on the 27th, the day he disappeared, but I couldn't find anything for July 27th, 2021. Let me delete that one, and then I want to share another video since that wasn't the one I wanted to share. Like I said, I've got so many tabs open, it's crazy. Let's see, this one. this is going to give us a bigger idea because this is like July 28th, July 29th. Let's listen to July 28th. This is the day after Michael Joseph Vaughan was abducted from his Fruitland, Idaho neighborhood.
This afternoon, the search for a missing 5-year-old boy that began late last night enters its second day. Michael Vaughan was last seen near Southwest 9th Street and South Arizona Avenue in Fruitland. He was last seen around 6:30 yesterday. Here's the information you need to know. Michael is about 3.5 feet tall and weighs 50 pounds. He was last seen wearing a light blue shirt with a Minecraft picture on it. He was wearing dark blue boxer briefs and sandals. Our Shira Matsuzawa is live now in Fruitland with a look at the search efforts. Shira, what's the latest?
Kim, you know, it was 24 hours ago, almost 24 hours ago, when Michael Vaughan, 5-year-old Michael Vaughan, went missing from this neighborhood behind me. But just feet away, this field is just one area where crews spent most of the day searching for that little boy. From the air and on the ground, crews from multiple agencies went door to door, talking to neighbors, searching yards and nearby fields, all in hopes of finding 5-year-old Michael Joseph Vaughan. Neighbors say they learned about the 5-year-old's disappearance around 7:30 on Tuesday night. They say Michael was a happy kid who lived in this neighborhood with his parents and grandfather. Cynthia Walker lives in the neighborhood and was walking her dog as the search was happening.
At 5 years old, I don't know that he would wander too far without one of us seeing him by now. There are volunteers, many volunteers out searching, scanning the fields, and we just want to have Michael back. We want him home safe.
Fruitland police didn't want to go on camera, but in a statement says Michael is considered missing and endangered. He was last seen wearing a blue Minecraft shirt like this one and dark blue briefs. After searching with the help of a canine, a drone, and helicopter, still no sign of the little boy.
We're just praying for the family, praying for Michael.
And earlier today, a local church group and its members were out here trying to find Michael. And they also said they started a prayer group in hopes of finding him. His aunt was also out here. She didn't want to go on camera, but she tells us she's grateful for the support. Kim?
Well, let's hope we find him soon. Shira, though, any details about the circumstances of his disappearance? 6:30 is right around dinner time, typically for families. Was he last seen with his parents? Any details like that? Have they been released?
Not officially, no. You know, we are hearing things from different neighbors, but officially, we're still waiting for more information from police. And
we know now the information, don't we? We know that Michael Vaughan wandered away from his home. Tyler, his father, had gone to wake up Buggy to change her diaper. She was a baby then. And, you know, we know you want to wake up the baby when it's getting too late. You let them sleep too long, they're never going to go to sleep. He goes, he thinks that Michael is sitting there playing his video game on a Switch, goes in, changes the baby's diaper, comes out, calls to make dinner arrangements, calls Domino Pizza to order a pizza, and in that little short period of time, Michael wandered away from the house. We know now that he spoke to neighbors. He was looking for a friend to play with. One person in particular saw Michael, talked to Michael, told him to go home. And unfortunately, she didn't walk Michael home to make sure that he got there okay. And Michael wandered further away onto Arizona Street. And from there, we now know that somewhere around 8th in Arizona, Michael was abducted. The family has not done anything wrong. They are not responsible for Michael's disappearance. This was an abduction. And we know that abductions are not, 4% chance, you guys. 4% chance that it would be a stranger abduction, and yet that's exactly what it was. 96% of child missing cases, it involves family members, family, friends, neighborhood, people that are familiar with the child. But this was a stranger abduction. The Wandras, Brandon, Shurtliff, and Adrien, Lucienne didn't know the Vaughan family. The Vaughan family didn't know them. A stranger abduction because Michael wandered away from the home, and we put no blame on him. He was only 5 years old. He was curious. He just wanted to go play with friends. Found his way out of the house. A year prior to this, he followed his older brother to the splash pad, and Papa found him and brought him home, reprimanded him, and let him know, like, you cannot follow Big Brother to the splash pad. You cannot wander away from the house. You're too young for that. So there had been one other incident where Michael had wandered away from the house. And Tyler, this day, is still full of guilt, full of trauma from this happening on his watch. Brandy has put no blame on Tyler. Tyler works through this every single day, still to this day. Even with Brandy being sick, feeling that she wouldn't be sick as she is, had none of this happened to Michael, had he not been changing the baby's diaper or ordering pizza when he had to do those things, he had to leave the room. A young child made the decision to wander away to go find friends, and Daddy was busy, so I'm gonna go find some friends to play with. And unfortunately, there were monsters in the neighborhood. It's so very unfortunate that this happened.
They said once they have an update, they will notify us. And once we find out, we'll be sure to pass that along to the public as well.
And all the information Fruitland Police that they're giving us at this time is just this press release, right? They've not been talking to us on camera.
Correct. Yes. There no on-camera interviews, just this press release.
Okay. Well, hopefully they'll talk with us soon so we can pass along perhaps any additional information they may have. Shira, thank you. Again, take a good look. This is a picture of Michael. He's the little boy missing. And police say he also responds to the nickname of Monkey. If you've seen him or you know anything about his whereabouts, please contact Payette County Sheriff's Office. The number's on your screen. It's 208-642-6000. This afternoon,
Hold on one second. I want to go back here. But I got to get rid of somebody here in chat. Just see you later. Okay, now. Okay. Just an FYI, I'm not going to put up with any BS in chat. We're here for Michael Monkey Vaughan. We're not here to spread any misinformation. We're not here to talk crap about the family. We're not here to, no drama. Not on this day. It won't be allowed. So if you guys see any trolls, moderators, please, please, please just Don't tolerate it. Ban them, block them. I don't care what you do, but not today. Okay. So that was the 28th, the day after Michael Vaughan disappeared. That's that news clip. I want to play one more news clip, and then we're going to have Lynn, Brandy's sister, come up into chat. She should be here right around 2-ish. And we're just going to talk about some things. And then we'll get back to news clips and get back to talking about the case. Now, the 28th after Michael disappeared, and now we're going to talk about July 29th in this news broadcast. Within those few days, Brandon Shurtliff went to go visit friends after Michael Vaughan's abduction. His friends were landscapers. We're going to talk about that right after this, right before we get Lynn up here. Let's go ahead and take a look at this news broadcast.
Back to our continuing coverage of this missing boy in Fruitland. The search continues this morning for 5-year-old Michael Vaughan. He was reported missing Tuesday night around 6:30 near Southwest 9th Street and South Arizona Avenue in Fruitland.
Today's search, and they're asking for the community's help now, comes after a full day of searching yesterday from the air, on the ground with K9s. People from multiple agencies went door to door yesterday. They talked to neighbors, they searched fields, searched yards, and all in hopes of finding this little boy. Neighbors say they learned about the 5-year-old's disappearance around 7:30 on Tuesday night. They say Michael is a happy kid who lived in this neighborhood with his parents and his grandfather. Cynthia Walker lives in the neighborhood. She was walking her dog as the search was happening.
At 5 years old, I don't know that he would wander too far without one of us seeing him by now. There are volunteers, many volunteers out searching, scanning the fields, and we just want to have Michael back. We want him home safe. We're just praying for the family, praying for Michael.
A code red is in effect for Michael right now. He is considered an endangered missing person. And obviously, we all have very high hopes that we find Michael today. Help to find him has come from all around our region, including Idaho State Police. Fruitland Police are now asking everyone who lives there to please search around your homes. And they want people to search their crawl spaces, their sheds, trailers, vehicles, anywhere that a boy could be hiding or even stuck right now. Again, this is a photo of Michael, blonde hair, blue eyes, about 3'7", last seen wearing a blue Minecraft shirt, dark blue briefs. If you know where this boy is, call 911 or the Payette County Sheriff's Office. And once again, the Fruitland Police Department is coordinating a citizen search this morning. So many of you have reached out to me and asked me if you can help. This is your moment. It will start in the southern parking lot of Fruitland High School at 9 a.m. They'll be searching between 9 and 1 p.m. with the public today. This is an organized, coordinated search with authorities. So please go to Fruitland High School to begin that search. Doug?
It's been nearly...
Like I said, like that was the 28th and the 29th. A couple of days, Michael is still missing. And one of the suspects, Brandon Shurtliff, has left the Wandra's house to go visit friends, landscaping friends. This is his landscaper friend, Eric, with a criminal record. And let me see. I think I missed. This is Alex Goldston, the other landscaper, also with a criminal background. Not only did he go visit these landscapers, he went and visited these landscapers together and was gone until very, very late at night when he left to go meet up with these landscapers. And now we know recently when Brandon Shurtliff up and disappeared after law enforcement goes to Montana to look for Brandon Shurtliff to serve him with paperwork to tell him, tell us where Michael is or get arrested. Brandon goes into hiding and he ends up with Eric. How crazy is that? The person he went to visit, this is Eric, right after Michael's abduction, the man that he hung out with that has landscaping equipment, digging equipment, whatnot. That's who Brandon Shurtliff decides to go hang out with. Someone that was his business partner. The business was Bam Bam Rock Products. That's what this is. That was in 2019. Then he tried starting this business with Brandon Shurtliff, or Brandon starting with Eric. Eric's criminal history, he's basically a thief, but kind of suspicious. The people he decided to hang out just shortly after Michael disappeared. And let's also not forget that there was a trip to Low Lake done by all 4 suspects at the end of July. Why were 4 suspects in Michael Vaughan's abduction at Lake Low outside of Nampa, Idaho on July 29th and 30th, 2021? STACEY, Sarah, Brandon, Adrian, one question for you. Where's Monkey? Where is Michael Joseph Vaughan? Another very suspicious thing happening right after Michael's abduction. And of course, we know at this time, no suspects have been named yet, but they are suspects we know now. I have Lynn here. This is Brandy's sister. She's going to come on up. Let me just add her to the stage here. Everybody be nice and welcoming. Hello, Lynn.
Hi.
Thank you so much. I know when I got a hold of you yesterday, like, you didn't have to if you didn't want to, but I figured why not have Brandy's best friend, Brandy's sister, come up, talk for Brandy, talk for the Vaughan family, just talk to us about what what was going on when Michael, disappeared, and just, thank you for being here. I just love that you're here.
You're welcome. Thank you for letting me be on here. I just want to do Brandy and the family justice. That's all. I know that they are very grateful that everyone is still sharing Michael's face and still speaking about him and still actively looking for him. So, today's been hard on everyone.
I know. I'm sure that it has. I mean, I'm sitting here putting together the show and stuff, and I kept bursting into tears, telling my husband, like, I don't know how I'm going to get through this today, because I can't stop thinking about Brandy and the family and, what they're going through and stuff today. I didn't even know if it was okay for me to message her something like, I love you, I'm thinking about you today,
Yeah. Even as her best friend, it's hard to think of when you can or should text. Of course, I usually do like a little hug or something emoji to her, but
Every day.
yeah, like every day, to make sure she's always checking in, and at least we know like she's okay-ish. So
Introduce us to who's with you today.
oh, sorry. I forgot you could hear her. She's my bad.
I can hear you.
Sorry.
Hi, Katie. You are another good friend of Brandy's, correct? You guys all have like your own little chat thing, and you guys all 3 talk with each other all the time. Am I right?
Yes. Every day.
Are you another sister from another mother?
Yes.
I love it.
She's collecting so many of us.
Same island though.
Right?
Yeah, same
I
island though, so
Keep it local.
I feel like I'm collecting people. I'm just like, I've met Lynn now, and now we talk, and I've met, you know, and talked with Stacy a lot, and I've heard a lot about you already, so I already know who you are, by the way. I love it.
I've been in the room at the same time though. A lot of time.
So what can you tell us about, you know, what was going on during the time that Monkey disappeared? Or I know you said you were going to write things down, things that you thought were important to talk about. So I'm just going to let you kind of talk about, I know one of the things that we talked about yesterday was Brandy's different triggers.
Yes. Ever since, like, you know, the initial the searches and stuff, which, you know, they lasted for a while. It wasn't, I think, until November of 21 that they even came out and said that they believed that he was abducted. So for that long, there was hope, and we were looking, and there were mornings where she would wake up to hear the sound of those drones, and it just broke her. And now she can't stand the sound. Like, we were
the lights, and when it's dark out, she can't.
Yeah, we were trying to show her around some places on the island again, and even you know, someone just flying a drone around. You'd think it's so simple and it seems silly, but she just burst out crying, and it's awful.
All the way over here.
Yeah, and we're all the way here on the island, and nobody's looking at, you know, it's not like they're following her. It's just that sound though. It brings it all back.
Yeah. Even
I can't even imagine. And I mean, and those things can be pretty loud sometimes, and I'm sure there wasn't just one. There was probably a few at a time.
And these were huge. Yeah. These were huge drones that were looking for Michael.
And planes.
Yeah, and
Like
planes
actual
and
planes.
helicopters, and, you know, so it has caused some PTSD for her to hear and deal with those things. You know, she's dealing with it as best she can, and she does really well, to be honest. Like, I don't know how she does it. Yeah, I don't know how she gets up at all and does the things she does. She just amazes me always.
I know we all say that, right? Like, how does she do it? Because we've never been put in that situation to have to, what I call, pull your suck it up underwear past your head and just like go with the flow, go with emotions of your child is missing. I am mom. Tyler is dad. We are going to look. We're going to pass out flyers. We're going to do everything we can to find our son. And you know, they've never stopped. You know, I mentioned in the beginning of the live, her feet. I remember hearing about the blisters and sores, the sunburns, the, you know,
she went
walking out in the snow, walking out in the snow till her feet were numb and frostbitten.
Oh, yeah. Every day, sleeping on
the porch.
Yep, waiting in case he came home.
Wasn't sleeping days.
Yeah,
Just
it wasn't really sleeping. It was just sitting. It was dozing off here and there, and
outside,
just waiting and hoping for just days, and then days turned into months, and then
and she still never stopped putting up those flyers.
Nope, they were putting them up the other day, actually.
Yeah.
She was out on Wednesday putting some of them up with Bug and pointing them all out to her, and, you know, if she could count how many she could see and stuff when they were driving around coming back from one of her appointments.
I have seen flyers just as recent as a few months back when one of our members were taking videos in the neighborhood, and you could see flyers still in the neighborhood, even right there on 8th and Arizona where he came up missing, or down by the splash pad. Or my son actually went and visited Idaho when he went to go visit some family of his boyfriends. And when they were there, they stopped by this cafe and he took a picture and sent it to me. And he was like, "Look, Mom, I'm in Jerome, Idaho, and here is a picture of Michael in the window of this cafe." I mean, flyers are everywhere.
Yeah, thank God. That's amazing. And that's what we want. We don't want anyone to forget him because we need to get him home. They need him home. Right. Well,
I know. I also talked about, Tyler. We always talk about Brandy because Brandy shows her face a lot more than Tyler. Tyler's a little bit shy when it comes to coming on. And like he has said before on the news, like, I feel like shit. I feel
He
like
does.
shit because this happened on my watch.
Not the
You
same.
know, he
Yeah, he's not
deals.
the same man he was.
No.
Like it's everything's changed, and he puts
takes it all
himself
on.
into work and tries to do that for the family. But we know because Tyler's quiet and he doesn't really
also
talk
introverts.
much, but
We could tell.
we can tell, it eats him up. He doesn't sleep right. He doesn't, talk really to a lot of people or anything. So, he's not really getting it out, and which isn't, uncommon for men, especially. So, it just, I can't imagine. Like it just, he's been blamed. He's been criticized for every little move that he's made, and it's not right and it's not fair because all of us have kids, and I have 4 of my own plus 2.
We have
like
12 here sometimes.
Yeah.
Just little and bigs everywhere.
Yeah, my house, I have a lot of kids in and out all the time. And
The neighbors' kids
we
are
do
kids
our
now.
best, to watch them. And, kids tell us if you're going to go outside or say where you're going or whatever. But things still happen. And sometimes you look around, you're like, where is that one? Where did they go? And find out, okay, well, he did go to the neighbors, but hey, you forgot to tell me.
Yes.
And it
Right.
shouldn't be
Not even that far.
the
but it's-
kids' fault either
We
that
are
there's monsters
hyper
out
aware.
there.
Yeah. We're a lot more aware, like hyper aware of our surroundings. So we freak out a little bit more. But
Yeah.
kids
My
get it.
kids, now that I've started doing this and stuff on YouTube and I talk about, Michael or Kyron or whoever else I'm talking about, my kids are more vigilant. They're more aware with their own kids, which I'm really thankful for now. And, back to the Tyler thing, even though he's been criticized and talked bad about and everything else, him and Brandy, they stay strong and she doesn't
Thank
blame
you.
him. She supports
Oh
him.
God, no.
And
No,
that
no,
relationship,
that
is
is her wrong.
strong and
Yes.
beautiful. I love it. I love that
And
they
that's the
have
thing.
been able,
Tyler
to
might
make
not
it
be
through
too
this.
talkative. Yeah, sorry. Tyler might not be too talkative, but he is definitely he is her rock, and he is her safe place, and just holding her, she can feel better, and when you see them together and you see that love and how they are and how they can calm each other, it's amazing and it's beautiful.
Yeah, because statistics say that this shouldn't be happening. They've got a missing
Oh, yeah.
child, and statistics say they should be split up by now. They should be fighting and arguing and pointing fingers and playing the blame
know they
game
don't do
and all
anything.
that. And they don't, and they're
They
so
know they
loving and
don't.
kind to one another.
They are. They really are. And
Even through this,
the hardest of
thing I can
things.
even imagine.
Then they turned around and they got married anyway because they weren't going to let anyone ruin that for them either. Like they love each other and they are strong, and those were plans that they had. And yes, we wanted Michael to be there for that, but them being together and being able to be married and have that, and that unity for them meant so much, and it just strengthened them so much more as a family. Like it just had so much more meaning than I think people realize.
Yeah, I love the strength that they both have for one another. and the strength that they show the world, the strength they show us getting through this in the way that they advocate for Michael. It's just been outstanding. It's I'm not sure what else you I know you wrote down some stuff. Tell us more about, some stories or things that happened since Michael's, abduction.
Gosh, there's been so much. Right now, like everything's of course medical. So like everything's phone calls for Brandy and medical. And so of course it's a little different what it looks like now.
Right.
Everyone is still very focused and we are still really trying to get Michael home, but Brandy, we want her to see that and we want her to get there. So we need her to keep fighting and doing better. But
it's hard to see.
Yeah, and we want to show her and we want to show the Vaughan family, like, we know you're sick. We know that you can't advocate and fight right now for Michael, and we're going to do it for you. That's why you guys are here. That's why I'm here. That's why Monkey's Army's in the comment section. We're not going to stop.
Yes. No, and we're not. And that, like, just that gives her so much strength all the time. Because like I've told her, there's so many there might be people out there that don't like her or don't like the situation or don't believe it or whatever. But in the grand scheme of everything, we know who Brandy is. We know the truth. She knows the truth. And those who love her,
knows the truth.
they know. And they're going to support her. And Monkey's Army is supporting her all the time and supporting Michael. And it's just amazing. And Tyler and the rest of the family.
I know, it's just absolutely heartbreaking. Like, one of the stories that I know about Bubba, him and Michael had an appointment shortly after July 27th. They were supposed to go get their haircuts and stuff together. And Bubba never went to go get that haircut as scheduled, of course, because everybody's out looking for Monkey. But even a while after his abduction, he went to go get his haircut and couldn't because he had a panic attack because he didn't want to cut his hair. And then
and it was frightening.
Yeah, and then here recently, he finally, was able to, okay, I'm going to do this, and got a haircut. I mean, that's just, we don't hear about Bubba very often, but this was a very traumatic thing for him. Like, his panic attacks, how much he looks like Michael affects him.
Yes, it does. And I mean, even being in his home sometimes, it's hard for him to be in the room where he and his brother were, and just these kids are so strong too. And they've gone through so much. I mean, Pidge, she went her entire high school career with all of this.
Right.
Like from
and
day
graduated.
one. Yes. And was, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how she did that.
Good grades.
And sometimes I think little Buggy sees him in some way, shape, or form, man. She is playing with Michael. She is playing with Michael. He is there. I mean, the way she talks about him. I mean, she recently, after his birthday, there was cake and stuff left over, and she wanted to sing happy birthday to her brother every time she ate a piece of cake.
Yes, she did. I got video of it too every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We celebrated here.
Yeah, we celebrated here. Like, I mean,
we threw a little party
with
our kids and let them,
because that's their cousin too, and they feel it. It might not be. It's definitely not the same, but they do feel it, and
even the younger ones are. It's actually making more sense, the life and death type thing, and that he's gone.
Yeah, like my 10-year-old just realized, which of course to him, he's 10, 50 is old. So he was like, Mama, Michael's not going to turn 50. And I said, no, baby, he's not. And, those are hard conversations. And so, but we have them, and all the family has them. And Brandy's open with her nephews to have them with them if any of them are having a hard time or struggling or anything. Like, she will talk to them. Tyler will talk to them too.
Oh wow, I can't even imagine having to have conversations like that with little kids.
And they
No.
want to try, and they want to, the same way that they do with Bug. You know, it's,
They want to help.
they want to help, and they want to try and ease that and comfort them.
You know, and here you have Brandy, Tyler, the family, not giving up, looking, searching, and everything else. They, you know, believe 100% Michael's going to come home. Michael's alive. Michael's out there, you know. And when time comes and J.D. Huff is saying they believe that Michael was buried in the Wandra's yard.
Yeah,
and
that was
how that
horrid.
was the coping with that. I just can't with that. Like, for them
Well, that's
to
why the loud noise, like the machinery, the sounds of trucks backing up and stuff, like that also bothers Brandy a lot, because she could hear all of that going on from her home, all the digging and things, you know, like, and she watched, like, you could see them
when all
going
those
down
big
the road.
trucks, when all those big trucks are moving, their metal or whatever, it shakes and it makes the noises, and then you have the backup beep beep beeps and the going right down 8th, which is
so
not, you know, right behind their house, going up and down that road, coming and going. Just another trigger for her now, whenever she hears or they hear machinery and everything else. But, you know, she's only, and the family's only been able to come with that reality that Michael is coming home so they can put him to rest just this last year or so, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, even after hearing what they told the family, they were still, you know, basically in denial. Of course you want to be, because me as a mom, I would be okay, 100% proof, like, prove it to me, because I'm gonna believe he's somewhere out there and alive till you can, you know, XYZ or whatever. And I know that's something that they have all really struggled with and stuff, and it's heartbreaking.
It is. And, you know, I guess as her best friend and stuff and listening, I never suggested anything to her ever, like if he was actually gone. And, you know, we didn't talk about that until she's ready. She was ready, and she said that she felt that it was something that she could talk about and wanted to try to get through, you know,
which was another devastating, heartbreaking thing to hear.
Yeah. I mean, we have many conversations.
I mean, even for me as a creator, like when I first started, they were still in that denial state of mind. So I'm trying to do lives focusing, not using past tense and whatnot, to respect the family and everything else. And then of course that changed as time went on, and I saw her speaking on different live shows, or even writing in comments, or even conversations that I, you know, later ended up starting to have with her, where not that she would ever mention him in past tense, but just acknowledging that he's no longer with us. And it's, you know, it's been a very crazy road to go down even for a creator, you know, in talking with you, Lynn, and now you, Heidi, are even talking with Stacy or Levi, Brandy's best friend, and working with other people. Everybody is so heartfelt and hell-bent on bringing justice for, like, we're all hell-bent, and it's going to keep happening until justice is served, like, not going away ever. You know,
I don't care. If it's the
it's
last thing I do.
emotional. Yeah, it's emotional. It's emotional to, you know, to talk to you, because I know that you have spoken with her and were with her during those times. I wasn't at that time, but all the people that I talked to here, I've been here for a little over a year and a half, but all of you lived this with her, with the Vaughan family.
Yes. Yeah, we had plans that summer. We were gonna get all the kids together and meet halfway near the end of August before, school and stuff, and go camping and get all the kids to actually like
together
and see each other physically. Like, we all talked and did FaceTime and, did all of that, but like actually physically get to be there again, because like I hadn't even physically put my arms around my sister in years at that point still, and so like I said, we were trying to figure out how are we going to plan this and get everyone together. So we're talking about all of this, and it's mid-July, and then all of a sudden later July, and I look at my phone on Facebook and I'm like, no, that looks like Brandy. That's Michael. That's not right.
No, that's not funny. That's not a funny joke.
Yeah. And so then I called her, and she was just bawling, and all she could say was, it's true. It's true. And I told her that I loved her, and I got off the phone because I wanted to make sure that the police and everyone could do the jobs that they needed, and that she could focus on what she needed to. I didn't want to keep her on the phone.
No.
And that kind of went that way, like for at least a month. Like I really tried to give her space to work through this and work with them. I really did not want to get in the way. I did not want to get in the way. So I just,
we still thought he was just out there.
Yeah.
He was coming home.
Right. And, from talking with you, Lynn, they just thought that Michael wandered away and he was just hiding somewhere.
Exactly.
They thought that for like the longest time. Meanwhile, Brandy is like, no, somebody took him. He would never do that for this long. Like someone took him. This is what this is.
He knew.
No.
She said the second, like, he would have heard her voice. There's no way. There's no way he would have been quiet. There's no way he wouldn't have started screaming something had he heard her, and the way that she was yelling. There's no way that
the bond they have with their mother is unlike anything I've grown up around. Like
even Pidge talking about wandering through the house, telling Michael, okay, if you're hiding, come out. It's time to come out, and I know he really looked up to Big Sister too. Like he would have came out of hiding. I really believe that if he would have heard his mom's voice, he would have came out from where he was.
Oh yeah, even his dad. I mean, the fear in Tyler's voice, you can tell when there's like a difference in how your parent calls you, even as a child. He would have heard. He would have come out, and so it got us scared. Like then we're thinking, well, it was so hot. Did he pass out? Is he like in and out of consciousness? Did he get hurt or something?
Wasn't it like 110 that day or something, like 107 something?
Yes, they were going through a major heat wave,
and that's the time to go outside is when it's finally evening and somewhat coming down the heat. It's so hot over there. It is miserable.
Yeah, we've gone there, and I am telling you right now, the heat is not fun.
I'm not. We ain't made for that.
I have thought about going there and visiting her so many times this last summer. And I keep telling my husband it's so damn hot in Idaho. And I'm going through the woman change. I'm 52 and I overheat so bad. I'm like, I would get there and probably pass the frig out or something. Like, I don't know if I can go in this damn heat. Like, I know. It's so friggin' hot there. Me and Tracy, my husband, he's got family in Idaho, and we would go visit when we first got together 31 so years ago. And God, in the sun, it is so extremely hot. And then it's that hot heat. It's not the humid whatever. I mean, it's like beating down, sun.
Yeah, hot everywhere. Just hot. And of course, the first year, like when we got to finally, like the following year is when I went and got to visit Brandy and Katie, and I drove.
I told you I would get you
over there. Sister. Yes, she told me she would get me to my sister, and she did. And at the time, their AC had just broke too, and my goodness, I thought I walked into an oven.
We did.
I just I could not believe they were even
They're
in
just
there.
hanging out.
Paige walking around with a blanket.
Papa's
And
just
I'm like,
hanging out.
what is going on? How are you not all dying?
Oh my
Like,
gosh.
this is way
Hold
too
on
hot.
1 second. Hold on 1 second, ladies, so I can just acknowledge Earth Dog. Thank you so much for the super chat. Earth Dog says, please give Brandy my love. God bless her. She is in my prayers. Is there some way to donate to her? And yes, there is. There is the Brandy Strong. If one of my moderators has that link, could you please throw it up? You can go and support Brandy and the Vaughan family by buying a shirt or many other things that are there in the Brandy Strong community. Like I said earlier, when Brandy gets her liver, she will have to stay in Idaho. Tyler will have to stay off work. It's not just money for like medical expenses and stuff. It's so they can live when Tyler has to take off work, and they have to stay in Utah, you know, anywhere from a month to 2 months, however long she has to stay, to make sure that she is receiving the liver, that her body's not trying to reject it, so they can keep an eye on her and everything else. But again, thank you, Earth Dog, for that. I got to do a little super chat. It's going to get loud, ladies. Thank you so much for that, Earth Dog. I really appreciate you for that. So many people in here supporting. Thank you, girls, again, ladies. I'm talking like I could probably sit and talk to you guys for hours and hours and hours. We'll have to do that. So throw me in there on that group chat. Throw me in on the chat. I want to know. No, but yeah, I mean, that heat is just absolutely crazy. I can see them worried about his heat, you know, the heat and stuff. He was only 5 and like 3'7" tall.
Yeah.
You know,
And when you go there and you see that cornfield, and
It's so big.
it's huge.
She wouldn't have made it very far in there. There's no way.
And to the river is
No,
so much
absolutely
further.
not.
Like it just, I mean, because Brandy drove us every single place that was searched, every single place, showed us every single home that would not let investigators in and would not let them search, because some people were comfortable, which I get. It is their right, and I completely understand that, and it's their privacy. But you know,
it's somebody's baby.
it was we saw everything. We walked everywhere with her. We did not leave her while we were there, and
there's no way.
I can't even imagine anybody not wanting to allow law enforcement to come in and search their home for a missing child. Who the hell? And yeah, that's when I grab like the men of my family and go, okay, let's go kick the damn door down because I'm searching it anyway. Like that.
Oh, believe me.
Yeah. If we didn't have,
We have very
all of our
strong
kids,
feelings about some things, but we're not. They're just feelings.
Right. Well, I remember you telling me yesterday that when you went in August of 2022 and were riding around with Brandy in the car and everything else, you guys actually drove by the Wandra's house there on 1102 Red Wing Street, and you and Brandy had a conversation. Can you talk about like the flyers and what law enforcement had told Brandy about the neighborhood and stuff?
Law enforcement had let her, because of course they weren't saying a lot, but they did let her know that they really wanted her to specifically plaster like all of Michael's stuff in this one area. And it kind of was, I think if you went from like the Starkey's house and you went around the Wandras and then you went around towards the Hurt, because our parents' house was on the other side. That whole area right there, it was like the main focus to put as much of Michael's flyers as possible
everywhere.
And you know, that's why it was so crazy when we saw it on the news after that, because I didn't realize that it was that house. But Sarah's family, they have this weird tree in their front yard, and as soon as I saw it, I knew where they were and what was going on and stuff. But it was just crazy. Had we known then, I would have knocked on the door.
I don't went in the house.
I would, or
I don't
beaten it
think
down.
being-
I don't know.
This is a no-knock situation. You live
Yeah.
here now. Where's my
Gosh.
dog?
For those of
Yeah.
you that are just joining us, we are speaking to Lynn and Heidi. These are Brandy's sisters from another mother. Heidi, right?
Katie,
Katie, sorry.
you're okay.
Sorry. Katie. So that's who here, you know, Brandy, this last week, she had 4 appointments on
Yes.
Friday. She, you know, she's of course dealing with today, 4 years, you know,
Yeah.
here we are since Michael's abduction. And she's just really sick and tired and couldn't do a video or write out anything. And, you know, we're not putting any blame at her at all. We totally get it.
Oh,
I know
no,
how
no.
sick she is. I know you guys know how sick she is. Chat's always asking about Brandy, how she's doing, how's her health. And Brandy just told me this last week, you know, that the doctors themselves are still shocked that she's still alive.
Yeah.
They told her.
Most people
Recently.
with the numbers that she has, because they go off these numbers for toxins that are like in the body, because when the liver stops working, you know, these toxins start filling up. One of them mainly is ammonia too, and that one is very, very harsh on the brain, and it can cause a lot of issues with like dementia, forgetfulness, memory, just all kinds of things like that. And so like the numbers that she has in her, most people would be at the hospital in a coma, and they would be taking care of them medically that way. But somehow
she's still walking.
She's still walking, and she
And getting up every
can,
day.
you know, she has the people that come to her home to help with her and the things that she needs at home, but she has been able to stay at home, which is amazing, and been able to be there with those kids and, you know, do the mom stuff and make memories and have the time.
And I'm so thankful that she has all of that and she's not sitting at home in a coma or sitting in the hospital in a coma. You know, it's amazing that she is fighting, keeping herself alive, and, you know, just pushing through all of the things. We've had so many scares in the last few months or so. I know you guys have all been going through those emotions. There's been times I've talked to Brandy where, you know, she's breathing really heavy and she's not doing very well. This week, though, I was very fortunate to hear a more upbeat. She was talking really good. She sounded really good. So I was really happy to hear that and stuff. But
They switched
definitely,
some other kids around, and they seem to be helping a little bit better than what they were. So that definitely makes a difference. And when that brain fog can get out of there, and she can get some of those toxins out,
she has a better day.
It makes such a better day. Just such a better day.
This last week, I know, has definitely been hard for all of them. I know that. And today, yeah, I know their hearts have to be broken and stuff. To be here 4 years later and not have answers, and to have 4 suspects out there that have the answers, it's sickening.
Oh, it's beyond frustrating. Yeah, and sickening. Because we know they know.
Yeah.
It's like, come on now. You know. Can you please just stop playing games?
Is there anything that you wrote down having to do with like any of the suspects, or you know, how that's gone for the family, knowing who they are, or them being, you know, people from their neighborhood even?
Well, just
Or
knowing that the
even-
people from the neighborhood was so unsettling, that was awful. I mean, the whole neighborhood was unsettled with that. And then when they dug up the Wandra's yard and came out with the information that they did, of believing that, you know, Michael was no longer here and that there was DNA evidence, and it was very frightening. You don't expect the people down the road to be monsters. You just don't. You don't go through life thinking that everyone around you is a monster. You know, it's yeah,
it's changed a lot.
It's changed a lot of things. You know, it's changed a lot in the kids and just everything. But again, it's amazing because they still stay so strong and
Mm-hmm.
And
focused
support each other.
on
Really
each
do.
other.
Take time out
Yeah.
for just family time.
They had date night this last week.
They
Tyler took her
did,
out on
yes.
a date. I loved it. I loved it. She went grocery
Excited.
shopping, got out of the house. She's been upset about not being able to drive, which I completely understand because I love to drive and do stuff. But at the same time, I'm like, don't wear yourself out. Because she did. She had all those appointments and everything else this week.
And
What
those
do
went
you?
well. He's doing good. So those are
Yeah.
everything's on track. So we're
Yeah, she's
moving in the
even
right
gained.
direction.
She's even gained
Yeah.
some muscle mass, I heard here recently
Cool.
too. So
Yeah, actual muscle mass, not water
Not-
this
not
time. So
the-
that's amazing. She's been doing so well with, her diet and just
Being able to eat
all of
is-
it.
changed a lot too.
Yeah, she wasn't able to eat very well for a little bit there, but that got taken care of too. So she's doing a lot better now with that.
that's good.
But it's still
Is
good.
there what do you got written down? I know we just keep going back and forth talking
I
about.
know. I
We're all
know,
over the place, you guys.
anyway.
But hey,
Sorry.
no, I don't care if we're all over the place. I'm just glad you guys are here to talk. But yeah, I mean, anything you got written down that you want to talk about that I'm sure everybody would just love to hear anything. 'Cause basically, you're new information to all of us. You hold new stuff. And that's what that's what the people like to hear is any new things. But at the same time, it's just your experience with Brandy, with the Vaughan family, and just, talking about all of the important things because our hearts are broken for them right now.
Exactly. And,
We've put our arms around them. We've held them.
yeah.
They are so strong, and I don't understand how.
And I mean, things are moving forward with
Yeah.
Michael's case. We're just waiting, which,
We know.
seems awful. And we know it's
TV makes it
hard.
so much quicker.
Yeah, TV totally has ruined everybody,
Yeah.
and they all think that things happen so quickly, especially the first 24. And it's like,
Right.
they didn't solve it in 24 hours. They were just looking for a suspect, hopefully in 24
Or a
hours.
clue.
When Brandy came out and said that, she saw the DA and what they wrote, and it was in black and white, that her
Yeah.
tears were on all that paperwork, we know that the DA was going to push forward then. But then
Exactly.
things happen and new witnesses come forwards, new leads come forwards, and then you got to take the paperwork back, and then you got to write in a bunch more stuff, and then you go and put it before the judge or whomever to look at again, and then other things can arise and other things can happen, and then it's back over here to the DA again, and then paperwork. This is a long drawn out
It
thing.
is a very long process.
They gotta make sure.
I know we
But-
all thought when Brandy first started talking that, oh my God, charges are coming like right now. And I will admit, I've been frustrated with myself because I watch and hear her say, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And we're all sitting here, it's coming, it's coming. And now we're all sitting here going, okay, when?
I
is it
know.
coming?
These are
I know.
literal monsters we're dealing with, though.
Yes.
They're literal monsters.
Yeah. These people are not, the DA and all of them, they have a lot to be dealing with all of this, but, and when STACEY got out and he started talking on all of that, like that also like
threw things
for a loop because everything had to stop and things had to be gone over again, and evidence like with what he was saying had to be collected and rewritten to be able to put in front of a judge. And that's the thing is like once it's in front of a judge, like that's all we get. Like anything that is in there that the DA hands over and we say, here you go, we would like you to like put charges on this, like if they say no, we can't use those things again.
Right.
So,
And then not
like,
only Stacy, here comes Brandon up here on my panel in February. That was after the fact too. All that information has to be added to whatever it is that they're working on, because now you've got Brandon talking, because law enforcement can use anything and everything they say on YouTube because it's all public. They're freely volunteering whatever it is they want to say, whatever it is they want to contradict, or whatever. Brandon knew it. That's why his ass took off running.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
He's scared. He has to be.
And even his girlfriend at the time who was, you know, talking, the police have all of that. You know, like they're always
not smart.
they think that they're smart, but the police are smarter and they're figuring it out, and we're going to see justice. I just don't know how long it's going to take. And that's the part that's frustrating. And it is also frustrating when you're dealing with people that have absolutely no empathy, none. And so it doesn't matter that Brandy is ill. It doesn't matter that this was a child. It doesn't matter that it wasn't their child. It doesn't matter what they've done. You know,
it doesn't matter that it was 2 days to the date that he's been missing and gone for 4 years, and people with no empathy got to go out and say stupid shit to ruffle feathers and cause drama and everything during a very hard situation that the Vaughan family is going through. And that, it just, I'm so irate with. Like, why now? Did you pick now 2 days before July 27th to just talk crap? And, you know, they're going through enough. Leave them the hell alone.
Well, yes. Luckily, you know, Brandy's offline lately. Doctor's orders and ours. So, you know, she's not having to see and deal with that, but we see it, and you know, we know, but
we know,
like I've said before, those people are absolutely ridiculous, and they don't matter. They don't matter. Who matters are you, Monkey's Army, the people that are supporting and helping and
sharing his face.
Yeah, that keep sharing, that keep putting the flyers out, that keep making sure his name is said.
And checking on Brandy and Tyler and Pidge and all of them.
Yeah.
The rest of that is small fries.
Yeah.
It may sound like it's a big deal at the time because if you're watching it and hearing it, but really, they don't matter. They're just drama.
Yeah, and we're just deciding as a family that we are not going to let people that don't deserve our energy and time to have any of it anymore.
No.
Because it is exhausting.
Right, because
And
they
I
don't
really-
matter. The only thing that matters is Michael Vaughan and the Vaughan family, Brandy's illness, you know, and just finding justice however we possibly can, whether it's talking about Michael, putting out flyers, having lives, giving support where support is needed, and just, you know, like you guys do, like I do every now and then, you know, sending a message, just, I love you, I'm thinking about you today, or whatever. And even when I don't, and I'm thinking about her anyway, and I talk to you or whatever, and I'm like, I just don't want to, because I don't want to bother her. And she's screaming like she's not bothering me.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and I know that, but I have to give them, you know, their family time, and I have to give them, even though she's told me like, you're part of the family now and you're stuck with us, but you know, it's just that
even we
feel that way sometimes,
just,
you know?
Yeah.
So
just having a heart and just like being there when you can, but just not being bothersome to the point of where, getting dumb messages, asking questions or whatever, like all that needs to like go away. Leave the Vaughan family alone and let them get through this, and there will be a time that charges come and arrests will be made and warrants will be written out and we can all go somewhere and celebrate that, talk about it, but then it's still not going to be over because now or then we will have to keep pushing forward to make sure justice is served.
Exactly.
By
There's a
bringing
very
awareness.
long road. Yeah, by keeping awareness, and it is a long road, and like, we don't know where this is going to lead. We don't know what to expect if there's like trial, if someone's going to actually finally say something and, keep from having to have a huge trial or something crazy, like it just, everything's so every day just not knowing. And, we feel it too. And we know how frustrating it is. But Brandy has told me again and again to trust law enforcement. And I promised her and that we will. And I do trust them. I know that calling them and bothering them just creates even more issues. Same with calling the DA, because I know that some people felt that was
That's insane.
necessary.
That's lunatic behavior.
Yeah, like it just,
that's not your business. Wow.
Yeah,
and especially since the state of Idaho, and the state of Idaho had a lot of other, like, there are things going on too, and like, unlike Michael's case, but like the kids up in Moscow and stuff, like they were able to find all their clues a lot easier and sooner, and their person, and get a hold of that person and everything. So that, of course, that case had to come first, And
even when charges come, they have to prove the case. That's why it's so important for the DA to do everything they can before the judge gets the information to make sure I's are dotted, T's are crossed, everything is perfect, all the information is there. We've got one chance to do this, because even when warrants are processed, arrests are made, that doesn't necessarily mean this is a win-win. That means, okay, now we fight harder.
Yes, exactly.
Lockdown. We want justice. So
yeah, and I'm hoping and praying for those charges to come before Sarah or STACEY see the friggin' light of day again. Like, they're just gonna stay there. I just don't ever see them leaving. So
I hope not. I hope never again. So
right.
I hope a lot of things.
And then hopefully we can find Adrien eventually too, because I know that we've got questions and he knows something. So it'd be great if we would just sit down and talk. Like, that's all. You just need one person to do one
good thing.
Just one.
Just don't lie. We're tired of it.
Right. There's so many lies out there. I know that's got to be frustrating for you guys, because I know when I'm up here, even, randomly having STACEY Wandra show up in chat and then him treat Brandy like shit, or have Brandon up here and I'm hearing all the contradictions, but I still got to keep Brandon on and I got to keep asking questions and I still got to keep being nice and still being that person, when on the inside I'm infuriated and I just want to,
how you did that. Yeah, we don't know how you did that.
I don't know how I did it. I had to pause one time when STACEY was up there. I had my husband get me a bucket. I puked. I was not okay. Was not. And every second I'm thinking, oh my God, do I continue let him to act like this? Do I? And all I kept in my mind was like, Brandy needs to talk to STACEY. She needs this. If I stop this, will she be mad at me? Will she not be able to say everything she needs to say? Like, I got to let this continue because he's talking. And then she would bring up things that I had no clue about, of course, because she's more privileged to information than I am or anybody else, because she's Michael's mother.
That's how that works.
And so the more the information and everything, I'm just sucking it up, sitting over here like, okay, blah, blah, I'm going to vomit over here in silence and just let them keep going, because it made my stomach crawl. I could not believe how he treated her. Like the
Oh, yeah.
monster and Tracy really surfaced. I mean,
Oh, it
all
did.
of the
Very much
other,
so.
yeah,
And
all
you
of
can
the
tell
other
when he's lying
interviews.
through any of the like
Any
any
interview.
interview that he's
You can
done
tell.
because he always does this weird coffee phlegmy thing
Yeah.
of
Touching
like
his face
clear
a
and
lot.
touching his face before he like
He's a
lies.
bad liar.
He's like,
He's
dude.
bad at it. And bad at
Jeez,
like
I know.
stories.
Yeah. That was just another thing that Brandy did that was just so full of strength and, you know,
Oh,
even
definitely. To
even
look
how
him in the
she
face and like
Talk to him and
yeah,
know.
to look at that monster in the face, to actually
Right.
put eyes on him. Like I can't imagine. And but she needed that, and she needed to be him to hear that, even if he was rude and even if he doesn't care. Like that's not what matters. He's not going to silence her, and he's not going to silence the family, and this isn't going to go away.
Right.
We're not going
It's
to give
not.
up. We're not going to leave. We're not going to just let this go.
Nope.
We're bringing him home, and
And that's
we're getting
whatever
justice.
way it looks like, and that's for however long that takes. I don't care. I made a promise till my last breath. I will look for him. I will find him. I will bring him home one way or another.
I made a promise to you that I'm never going to stop. I'll always be here to help you guys, to help the family, to help in any way, shape, or form that I possibly can. Do you guys want to say anything to Brandy and the family?
We just love them so much, and our hearts are with them today, and we wish we could be there just to sit in the quiet and the sad and hold her and just let her know we're there, you know? And Tyler and hug Bug and listen to her scream and run around the house like crazy. Like
With that high-pitched little voice of hers, just like Michael's.
she does. I know. It's so great. And then Pidge and her bounciness and
Their
smiles
giggles.
and their giggles.
Flitting image of her mother.
Oh my God. Yes, very much so.
Flitting image of her mom. Heard the young pictures of Brandy, and then you see Pidge now, and I just identical twins. They're just, she looks just like her mom did.
Yeah,
Well,
she definitely does. And they all have her nose. Like
Yes,
each and
they
every
do.
one of them have her nose.
She's like his nose, and they all have it.
Yeah. It's funny. I've always loved her nose, and it was something that she always hated and like always she always felt like people didn't like it or whatever. And I'm like, out of all the things, all your kids got your nose that you don't like and that I think is the cutest thing ever. So whatever.
right? They do. They all have that little round spot right on the tip of their noses. You're right. Do you guys want to address Stacy, Brandon, Adrian, Sarah?
I mean, if any of them are listening, I just hope that I mean, it's so hard because I know that they don't care. I just pray that somehow one of them can do the right thing. That just one person can do the right thing.
Just
and
let it go. Just
give us what we need.
Yep.
And that one piece so that we can move on and get this. We can have justice and peace, and they can have peace.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam.
I love you guys. You guys make me cry. I'm just like, I got tears running down my face and I got to suck it up.
Same.
I love you guys. Thank you guys for coming up and, you know, for all of the conversation, Lynn. I mean, I know, you know, my family life's been crazy lately and stuff. So I appreciate you talking with me and listening and just, you know, another friendship built through working on Michael's case that I respect. And you know, you and I clicked right away, just like I have clicked with everybody else. And I just love everybody so much. you know?
Yes, exactly. That's what makes it so this is I was very scared, but this became very easy because it is like talking to a friend. So I appreciate it. We just appreciate everything that you do because we know this is hard and we know that
all the hours,
all the
all the
hours.
time,
Yeah.
all the people you have to deal with and talk to is crazy.
You guys,
It's,
you
it's
take a lot
amazing.
on. So we appreciate it and we thank you very much. And I know the family thanks you.
I appreciate that, you
No.
guys. I honestly just feel so blessed to have all of you guys in my life, even though this is the way we all met. I just feel blessed to be here, to be able to do what I do for Michael, for the family, for, you know, all of you. And yeah, the way you guys have all taken me in and treated me like family, I couldn't feel more blessed to just be a part of all this. And, you know, you
Yeah, well,
already
you're
know,
not
Jen,
one to
if
take
you ever
rooms.
need anything, if they ever need anything, I'm always right here. So
Thank you.
a phone call away, a message away.
Yes, and thank you.
Always.
And that we're here for you too. Yeah, it means the
You're
world.
welcome.
So thank you, Sam.
Thank you. And
Katie, I love you now too. All right. Well, I will let you girls go, and I'm gonna sit here and put some pressure on some suspects. And
Thank you. Thank you.
you
I
guys
can
have a
articulate YouTube
Yeah.
if you
appropriately.
guys
Yeah, I
talk
can't
to your
articulate that properly.
Yeah, so I can articulate the things I would say. That's not YouTube appropriate, and I'm not. That's my little quieter.
if you talk to your sissy today, you tell her I love her.
I will,
And
and
give them all my love.
she knows. She's
She knows.
listening. She just texted me. She's
She
listening.
popped into.
So
Aw.
yeah, she
Well,
can't
we
help
love
it.
you. I knew
I
she'd
know.
pop in sometime today, but
Yeah, she did, and she looked real quick, but I will still tell her anyway when I speak to her. Thank you again, Sam, for everything and everyone and all of Monkey's Army. We just thank you.
We can do it without all of you.
Yeah.
Helping us.
yep, we're never giving up. Thank you guys for coming on.
You're welcome. Thank you, Sam.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, I love it. I love that he was able to come to, and we got to speak with him and just, you know, hear some stories and hear the love coming from Brandy's sisters and their perseverance to never give up, their promises they've made to the Vaughan family and to their sister that they're never giving up. And, you know, we're going to never, ever, ever stop fighting for justice for Michael Joseph Vaughan. And if you have any tips, please call it in to law enforcement. The telephone number is 208-642-6006, or you can email any tips to findmichael@fruitland.org. The chat, I have been watching and looking, and you guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much for being here, for supporting the Vaughan family, for supporting Michael. I know the family really, really appreciate you all being here. Again, thank you for the super chat. That was awesome. If one of the moderators did throw in the link, if you do want to support the Vaughan family, I know that money will be used to help the family when Tyler needs to take off work, or maybe for any of the needs that they have now. But I can tell you right now, Monkey's Project money hasn't even been looked at. Any of the money that's gone to Brandy Strong hasn't even been looked at. The only thing this family has been thinking about is Brandy and her health. It's not about the money or those links or anything else. It's just all sitting right there until the family needs it. And Monkey's Project money is just sitting there until they figure out what it is that they're going to do. But everything is focusing right now on Brandy and her health, and of course, bringing justice to Michael Vaughan. So That is what is important. Thank you, Sarah Suspicious. She dropped Brandy's Cash App. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much. Sarah Johnson says, I am begging the good Lord up above. We are all begging all of the suspects. One of you, please just listen. If you have a heart, if you have it within inside of you to just do the right thing, please talk to law enforcement. Please tell law enforcement what you know. If you're somebody out there that has a tip and you have not talked, if you have not, done the right thing and you just feel like it's time, it is time. We need the tips, we need the leads, we need all of the stuff to happen. Michael Joseph Vaughan was abducted on July 27th, 2021. It's been 4 years. There are 4 suspects that have been named in Michael Vaughan's abduction: STACEY, Wandra, Sarah Wandra, Adrian Lucienne, and Brandon Shurtliff. The tip line phone number is 208-642-6006, or you can email findmichael@fruitland.org. No tip is too small. Please, please, please let law enforcement decide whether or not your tip is credible. You could be Michael's hero, the family's hero. The information that you've been hiding or keeping inside of you that could be lifted off of your shoulders by just an email or a phone call to the right person. If you reach out to law enforcement or something and you don't hear anything back or whatever, keep calling, keep emailing. If you've already given that tip and you still haven't been heard, hell, for that matter, call the Vaughan family, get a hold of me and email me. Like, somebody will help guide you with any information that you have. Just please give that tip, 208-642-6006, or email findmichael@fruitland.org. I know the family needs to bring Monkey home to put him to rest. These 4 suspects talk a lot. They lie a lot. They do drugs, they drink, they do all the things. Somebody knows something. They were too stupid not to talk about it. So if you know something, come forward. Kind of sucks to put it that way, but it's the truth. All right, so it is a miracle that we have suspects. We do. We will bring Monkey home. We love and appreciate everything you do for us, Sam. You speak where we stumble over our words today. You are a blessing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I was glad to have you ladies up. Thank you, Sarah, for putting up the email, my email. That got a little bit emotional. Hello, Shannon. What is this? Jemima, hello. You're in the house. Love you for all of your hard work, Sam, and keep Michael in the public domain. I sure will. I have missed you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for coming to another live for Michael Vaughan. You're such a huge supporter. Thank you very much. Shannon is here. Good to see you. So many people showing up for Monkey's Army. Okay, so we went over, we're at the end of July of 2021. Michael Vaughan was abducted on July 27th, 2021. There were news broadcasts that were put out. Wow, just so much information out there. You know, August, you have suspects going to Portland, going to Grants Pass, Oregon, and Southern Oregon, traveling here to Vancouver, Washington, where I'm at, you know, and then they traveled eastern Washington, supposedly for like a dog or whatever. Whenever Portland is mentioned to Stacy or Brandon when they've been up on panel, they didn't want to talk about Portland and their trips here and what actually happened here. Adrien mentioned going to the hospital in Portland. Why did he end up in the hospital? He says because people were trying to KILL him. Why were people trying to do that to Adrien? Adrien throwing people under the bus on a regular basis. People that weren't even suspects. Named suspects. It wasn't the other three people, Brandon, Sarah, and Stacy. Adrien starts throwing people under the bus. Gang members, the Pope twins from Twin Fall, Idaho, that are sitting in jail right now, probably going to prison. Those people had a message for Adrien at one point when they heard that Adrien was talking about them. The question is, why? Why would Adrien be talking about other people having something to do with Michael Vaughan's disappearance? Why would he be talking about other people when there were 3 other people he could have been pointing the finger at? I'm looking for a video right now. Hold on one second. I've got so many videos, and that's what we're going to go over. My videos. We're going to go over things Stacy said, Adrien said, Brandon said, Sarah said, and we're just going to keep going today. I will find it. Hold on one second. Oh, come on. Where is it? Jeez Louise, Sam. Bear with me, you guys. I've got 100 or more stuff here to look through to find a particular video because StreamYard only lets me put like 10. So now I have to go through things to find them. Oh, good Lord. Hold on a second. It's just so, like, why would he even talk about Pope twins? Why would he even talk about them having anything to do with Michael's abduction? And then, you know, he says people are coming after him. He's paranoid about it and everything because Adrien is talking about them all. Well, I am seeing something right here, though, that we can talk about. You tell me, why are 16 RSOs associated with the suspects in Michael Vaughan's abduction? That is right. 16 RSOs, registered as offenders. These are people not only that Stacy Wandra has spoken to, moved in with, knew or neighbors of the Wandras. Carson Starkey and his wife, RSOs. His brother that moved to Idaho, also an RSO. 16 RSOs, all connected to these 4 suspects. If I can't find one thing, I'll find another. Let me see if I can find that video again. Let's see. Because it's still very crazy. Because there are scams. Adrian and Sarah scamming. Let's see. Maybe I can find it over here in Michael's file. Okay, here we go. Take a listen to this. Hold on.
I didn't kidnap that kid or kill the kid. So that was completely him. Don't be trying to put it off on me and my brother. I'll fucking smoke you guys myself.
That is a message to Adrian from one of the Pope twins. I didn't kill that kid. I didn't kidnap that kid. Basically, keep talking about it, and I'm coming after you. Was able to get a hold of this when somebody, a source, pretended to be Adrian in a message, and that person ended up threatening him at the time. Why is Adrian Lucien talking about the Pope twins having something to do with Michael's abduction when there were 3 other suspects, 3 other people that he lived with, 3 other people that he was already trying to do scams and whatever? Also in August, that is when Adrian leaves Idaho, never to return again. He says he was in Idaho to meet his son. He went to Applebee's the day that Michael Vaughan was abducted to meet his son for the first time, see his ex, his baby's mama. He says he was in Idaho to meet his son, spend time with his son, get to know his son, but that's the one and only time Adrian ever sees his son. And he's got kids all over the United States. All over. He isn't anybody's father. Nobody's father. He's not being a dad. He's just making babies all over and leaving these poor mothers out there to do it all on their own. Now, let's get back to some other stuff. What do we got here? We've got, let me share my screen again. All right, let's watch this one.
5 months since little Michael Vaughan, a 5-year-old boy from Fruitland, was first reported missing. Search efforts and investigations into where he could be, might be, continue.
Tonight, his mother, speaking to us tonight, believes her son was abducted and is asking that he will be returned safely home.
She sat down with our Tristan Lewis for the first time. And Tristan, you've been on this story since it first broke back in the summer, and she says she is not giving up hope.
Yeah, Mark and Kim, Michael's mother, Brandy Neal, says pure panic and fear is what went through her mind when she found out Michael was missing. And while she and her family are working to be more present, there is not a moment that goes by she does not think of him.
The detective and the captain brought this over yesterday.
Generosity is something Brandy Neal and her family have seen a lot of in the past few months.
We always put the Christmas tree up as a family and decorate it together. It's always something we do. And talking with the older kids the day before yesterday, we weren't going to put it up this year.
A donated Christmas tree from Fruitland High School students on Tuesday, decorated with ornaments. Another act of kindness from a community shaken by the disappearance.
And so this was a blessing.
A blessing, but what she is really looking for is a clue to what happened to her son.
I don't even know how to explain how you do it every day, how you keep going, but you can't give up. You have to try.
Michael Vaughan has been reported missing since July 27th. Brandy was at her job that day, and Michael's father, Tyler Vaughan, was watching the kids. She was scheduled to work until 9 that night. She got a call at 7:04 p.m.
Tyler said he couldn't find Michael. He was screaming for him, and I could hear the fear in his voice, and I froze at the moment. My coworker saw me, and it's like, go. And I ran, I grabbed my purse, and I drove as fast as I could here.
Pulling into her neighborhood that night, she saw police and neighbors everywhere, shouting and searching for Michael.
It's a blur because it was all so much, but there were people still out in the fields at 4 o'clock in the morning, community members, because we didn't leave outside for months.
Although Brandy describes Michael as a friendly and curious boy, she says he rarely wandered off outside by himself. And the few times he did, it was never farther than the end of their street.
The feeling was that he may have wandered, but I didn't believe that.
Today, what do you think?
I believe my son has been abducted. I believe somebody took him.
Not a second goes by Brandy does not think about Michael. Even those few moments she's enjoying time with her family or watching her other kids' activities at school, she said she feels some guilt.
There was some jokes made, and I got very emotional. And my beautiful daughter, Mama, it's okay not to live in sadness all the time. Like, she told me that she's like, it's not good for us to live in sadness all the time. And she's right. And she said, it's not that you're not thinking about him, and we're not thinking about him, but we got to try, Mama. I said, okay.
While she tries to live in the present more, her desire to find Michael stays just as strong. She continues to ask everyone to continue to share Michael's story.
Because somebody has to know something. Somebody has to have seen something. And you just try to keep pushing forward.
Brandy and her family thank everyone who has been there for them throughout the past few months, and she says they continue working with the Fruitland Police Department, who, she says, at this time has become more like family to her. And Mark and Kim, getting Michael's name and picture out there nationwide is what she's working to accomplish. Anyone with any information, again, is asked to contact the Fruitland Police Department.
Just so heartbreaking to see what she was going through. 5 months, what the family was going through, just 5 months after Michael Vaughan's abduction, which Mama was right. Her instinct was right. Michael was abducted. It hurts to know, and you would feel that guilt. You're having a good time. You're seeing your kids do things. You're spending some family time together. You're trying to enjoy that moment. And in the back of your head, you're just feeling guilty because Michael's not here. Michael isn't enjoying this time with the family too. Should I even be enjoying all this time with my kids, or should I be hanging up flyers and spending time advocating for Michael? But, strong Pidge there to remind Mama, it is okay to not live in sadness all the time. What a heartbreaking, statement coming from such a young lady, beautiful, young, strong young lady like her mother, splitting image of her mother, there to give her mom comfort and to be, helping her mom stay strong in such a horrific moment in their lives. Just so heartbreaking. So at the end of July, on July 31st, 2021, Fruitland Police Chief outlines the extensive search efforts to locate missing 5-year-old Michael Vaughan. I want to play that for you now. We're going to continue talking about Michael, sharing his face, his beautiful face, and we're just going to keep going through news broadcast, talking. I'm going to go over to chat after this news broadcast. Let's see what everybody has to say for a moment. Let's see. Hold on one second. I can exit out of this. I have so many tabs open, you guys. Hold on. Here we go. This is again JD Huff, the police chief.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is JD Huff, and I'm the Chief of Police for the City of Fruitland. And I just want to start out by saying thank you for attending today. This is this thing is monumental, and it's super important that we have you guys here helping us out, getting some words out here today. So I want to start this off by introducing some of my counterparts here, some of my partners that are helping me with this. I'll start out with Special Agent Brian Sullivan with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Captain Matt Sly with the Idaho State Police. I've got Chief John Plaza with the Payette Police Department, Brian Marinelli with the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue Team, and I've got the family of Michael Joseph Vaughan here, Brandy, Tyler, and Brandy's sister here today with us. So I'm going to read my press release to you, and then I'll stand by for a few questions for you once we complete this, okay? Today, the Fruitland Police Department, in conjunction with the State Police, multiple Treasure Valley law enforcement agencies, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, we continue to search for missing and endangered 5-year-old Michael Joseph Vaughan, MJ to his family and friends. Michael was last seen near his residence on Southwest 9th Street in Fruitland at approximately 6:30 p.m. on July 27th, 2021. Operations to date include the methodical search of the area near Michael's residence, which included 2 irrigation runoff ditches, which were drained by the Fruitland Public Works Department in an extensive search and rescue effort, including the use of canines, aerial, and marine and land support. Idaho Fish and Game officers are continuing to search the river by boat for 4 to 5 miles downriver and back up, and in the sloughs of the Snake River as well. The Fruitland Police Department will continue to organize search and rescue operations with resources provided by the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue Team, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and others. We've received a tremendous amount of support from the Fruitland community, and will continue to call upon them, but as needed. We're continuing to seek the public's assistance to identify individuals who are in the area of Southwest 8th, Southwest 9th, and Cornwall Way in Fruitland from 6:30 and 7:15 p.m. on Tuesday, July 27, 2021. If you were in that area or you know someone who was, please contact us at 208-642-6006, extension 0. That's the Fayette County Sheriff's Office, and again, a tip line. Even if you don't believe you have something that's relevant or relevant information to this case, we want you to contact us so we can recreate a complete picture of the time that Michael was last seen. Every minute counts in these investigations when searching for a missing child, and we appreciate the public's support and cooperation as we continue the search for Michael. If you live in the immediate area, please thoroughly search your property to include any outbuildings, vehicles, anything that a 5-year-old kid could get into. We also ask that you review any security camera footage that you may have that may be attached to your house. Video is extremely important to us in these circumstances and these investigations. We're also very grateful for the public's assistance in following up on each lead. We are vigorously following up on each lead that we're getting in. So I want to make it clear that as your tips are coming in, they're not falling on deaf ears. The community knows because they see us out here every single day, pounding the pavement, pounding these rural areas. We are working. We're committed to finding Michael, and we're not going to leave any stones unturned. So you need to understand that the investigation of this child we're using every resource, and it's very intense. We ask that the community only report information from credible sources to law enforcement. And as we know, that as we're just, we know that if we're just coming up with speculation, it causes rumors, and we'd like to have factual information. So please help us out that way so we can chase down factual leads. We also want to emphasize that Michael's family continues to be 100% cooperative with our investigation, and we're asking you to be extremely respectful of their privacy during this situation, and we would appreciate that. Super difficult time, as you would know. So Michael was last seen wearing a light blue Minecraft t-shirt over here on my left, dark blue boxer briefs, a child size 11 sandal, and he stands 3'7" tall. He's 50 pounds. He's got blonde hair, blue eyes, and he answers to the nickname Monkey. If you see Michael, have any information that would lead us to his whereabouts or his location, please call the Fayette County Sheriff's Office at 208-642-6006, extension 0. So we just want to extend our appreciation to our community. We thank you for your continued support and the media. And with that, I'll stand for a few questions.
And that was pretty much the first press conference on July 31st of 2021 by Police Chief Huff. I mean, just within a few days, so much going on. You see Tyler there in the background, like he almost lost it so many times, just trying to keep the tears in, trying to keep it together. When I came onto this case a little over a year and a half ago, I started out looking at information that was then. So when I go back and I look at all of this information from early on, I'm starting to see things that I've never seen before, or hear things I never heard before, watching Brandy say things I've never heard her speak of, and everything else. And it's just heartbreaking because, you know, because of what we know now, because we know that he was abducted, because we know that Michael was harmed, because, you know, they're out there looking for Michael, and a live Michael, hoping, praying that he's going to come home and they can hold him again and love him and see him again. And now all they want is for Michael to come home, to lay him to rest, because the evidence is now pointing in a much worse situation, the worst case scenario, that Michael is no longer with us. And it's just so sad to know that there are 4 suspects that know exactly what happened, that can answer all of the questions that the Vaughan family has, that police have. Not only that, they can answer where Michael is now so that he can be laid to rest, and answer those what ifs. And, you know, that's the hardest thing for the Vaughan family. The what ifs, the unanswered questions. What happened to him that day? Why? I'm sure that's their biggest, you know, why did this happen? Why Michael? Why take him? What did you do with him? Where did you take him? What happened from the time that he was abducted until the time you harmed him? Sarah, STACEY, Brandon, Adrien, where's Michael? What happened? Give the family some peace. Give the family some answers. Stop acting like cowards. Talk to law enforcement. Adrien, if you're just the fall guy here, and I know you've been coming into Michael Vaughan's Facebook group, stop leaving little hearts with arrows through it. Stop telling people they kidnapped him, they did this on the internet or on Instagram, and start actually talking to police about what you know. Not say things in messages on Instagram like, I'm going to stay quiet as long as they leave me alone. How is that even fair, Adrien? How is it fair to the Vaughan family and to Michael for you to know, for you to keep quiet while this family is sitting over here suffering? Do you think your mom would want you to just sit on this information that you hold, that you have, that you know? I think she would be telling you, you need to do the right thing and you need to talk, because talking will probably keep you out of prison or getting the death penalty, or maybe just serving a few years because you've just kept information from law enforcement. You claim you have had nothing to do with Michael's abduction. Prove it. Talk to law enforcement. 208-642-6006 or email findmichael@fruitland.org. You know who I am. Contact me, message me on Facebook if you need to talk to somebody and you're scared to talk to Fruitland police. But I urge you to please talk to police. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Let me just see what's going on here. Right, what are you guys talking about in chat? Oh, Chuck's granddaughter. Chuck's granddaughter's in the house. Thank you for being here. Let me see. Adrien's mom is in heaven. She died, I want to say back in 2016, 17. I'm just looking at chat. Thank you, moderators, for being here. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thank you for the copyright disclaimers and stuff, Sarah. Yeah, Brandon is no longer with Misty. They broke up. He went on the run and, you know, has been trying to hide from law enforcement, even though we know where he is. You know, we've gotten messages from people that see him randomly, where he's at, what he's doing, where he might be working, who he's hanging out with, things he's going to watch or things he's doing over the summertime. And if people think just because my computer's been broke and I haven't been doing my lives, thinks that, you know, I'm not working, I'm not doing anything. Yes, I've enjoyed some social media break, but my ass has still been working. Me and other people doing our jobs, doing the research, talking, doing all the things, because we are Monkey's Army and we're never giving up. What don't the suspects get about that? Not going away, you know, hundreds of thousands of screenshots and information and things we can still go on and on and on to talk about. Did you guys know? Remember this last time that Brandon Shurtliff was arrested? Well, he's in contempt of court. Yes, we'll be talking about that later on this week. Just waiting to get the court paperwork and stuff. We're making requests for other stuff, waiting to see if there's another warrant for Brandon Shurtliff. Yeah. He cannot not be in trouble. Brandon, we are watching. We still know what you're up to and what you're doing. Don't think that we don't. You can block somebody from Messenger. You can keep your Facebook account where I can't see what you're doing, but we know you and Adrien both keep a ton of different accounts out there. Facebook, Instagram, the people that you talk to. People aren't liking the fact, Brandon, that you came on my show and contradicted yourself with the words that you told me the day prior to you coming on my show in February. Your friends, the people that you think like you, the people that you're getting to know, they want to talk about the fact that, wow, that's really weird that he said that. Wow, that's really weird that he won't talk about Portland. It's really weird that he gets up there and he talks to you, but he says things like, well, let's just talk about that later. Or, you know, I can't really remember that right now, but let me think about it. What's there to think about, Brandon? What is there to think about? You're not going to be able to run and hide from the police. You love social media way too much to hide. Everybody knows your face. It's disgusting that you think you'll get away with anything. It's disgusting the way that you keep telling people you had nothing to do with anything. You didn't have anything to do with this. And, you know, want to throw in things like, I share the same birthday with him. What the hell does that even matter that you share the same birthday with Michael? You guys weren't friends. You did horrible, horrific things to Monkey. So don't go around and brag about how you have, you know, a connection with him just because you have the same birthday. It's gross. It's disgusting. Get over it. Okay. What else do we have to talk about? You know, I have like this whole year's worth of news interviews and everything else, and the more I talk and the more I start talking about suspects, the more I want to talk about suspects and not news broadcasts. For instance, January 2021, the Wandras are questioned by law enforcement. In January 2021, they aren't just looked at and focused on when STACEY Wandra gives a tip in November of 2022. No. Police are questioning them in January of 2021, just 6 months after Michael Vaughan is abducted. Why? Because law enforcement received footage not only from residents in the area, businesses, but CCTV footage showing their Sierra truck leaving the neighborhood, Michael Vaughan and their neighborhood, at 7:08 p.m. the day Michael Vaughan was abducted. Let's talk about it. Michael Vaughan was abducted between 6:40 and 7:10, and their vehicle is leaving the neighborhood at 7:08. Brandy is getting a phone call by Tyler just minutes prior to that he cannot find Michael anywhere. At 7:21 p.m., 911 is called, and there's a search happening for Michael in the neighborhood. By 8 o'clock, there is information being sent to people in the area, email, text messages, phone calls, that a child is missing, that Michael Vaughan is missing. They are also seen coming back into the neighborhood after 11 p.m. At 11:10, the messages stopped going out in the area about, the emails, the text messages, and phone calls to everybody in the area. That all stopped at 11:10. And they are all looking for Michael throughout the night until help arrives the next day. How do we know that there are 4 suspects? How do we know that they're involved in Michael's abduction? Because J.D. Huff tells us so.
During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Sarah Wandra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wandra's home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains. Ground penetrating radar was also used and deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation of the entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Although the remains of Michael Vaughan were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing. Once the excavation was complete, we conducted a thorough search of the Wandra's residence. The search was productive, and additional investigative evidence was recovered and is currently being processed. Evidence suggests that the following individuals who are currently in custody are involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. This is Sarah Wandra, 35 years old. Sarah lives at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Sarah has firsthand knowledge and is involved in Michael's abduction. Sarah Wandra is currently being held at the Payette County Jail for failing to report a death to law enforcement. This is Sarah's husband, STACEY Wandra, 30 years old, a male. STACEY was also living at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that STACEY has firsthand knowledge and is involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. STACEY is currently being held in the Washington County Jail on unrelated charges. Now, the next individuals I'm going to introduce you to, let's go at the bottom there. This is Brandon Shurtliff, 30 years old, of Kuna, Idaho. Brandon was living with Sarah and STACEY Wandra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance. And we believe Brandon has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Brandon is currently believed to be in North Dakota. Adrien Lucienne, 32-year-old male out of Toledo, Ohio. Adrien was staying with Sarah and STACEY Wandra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe that Adrien has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction.
And we heard J.D. Huff say, evidence proved Michael was buried in the Wandra's backyard. Things collected in the house of evidentiary value collected inside the house. In Michael Vaughan's case, dogs alerted Wandra's house. They also alerted at Brandon Shurtliff's mother's house. We'll go over that in a little while. Many things of evidence point to, and even the facts that they found anomalies in the backyard where dirt had been disrupted, had been moved, dug, whatever you want to call it, in the backyard. And although they did not find Michael in that backyard, they found evidence to prove that he was there and that he had been moved. The Wandras are suspects because how could they not be? That was their yard, right? Their yard. How could Michael Vaughan have been buried in their yard without their knowledge, or without Brandon or Adrien's knowledge, considering they were all four home the day that Michael Vaughan was abducted, and they were all four living in the home at the time that police believed that he was buried in the Wandra's backyard. Now, something else that I want to point out. In July of 2022, well, let me back up just a little bit more. April 13th, 2022, Sarah Wandra is arrested. She is arrested on unrelated charges to Michael Vaughan's abduction because she beat up Tanner Butler with a dog bone and she pointed a GUN at his head. She got caught with drugs. She was arrested on her and STACEY's wedding anniversary. She posts about it on her TikTok. She goes to jail for those things. She is a very violent person. There are charges against her for other things that are violent in Oregon State. We've talked about this on other lives. She goes to jail. In May 2022, STACEY Wandra receives a phone call by law enforcement to come and pick up him and Sarah's cell phones. First of all, why does law enforcement have their cell phones? Could it have something to do with Michael Vaughan? Did they see something about Michael Vaughan in their cell phones? Why do they have Sarah and Stacy's cell phones? Well, Stacy drives to the police department to pick up the cell phones, but guess what? He isn't just there to get cell phones. He's arrested. It was a ruse to get him there. Law enforcement arrests him because Sarah threw Stacy under the bus while she was in jail, had been for the past month, and told law enforcement that Stacy Wandra, the person who is a felon, is selling or had sold a GUN to a pawn shop. He's not even supposed to have gun. Nothing. He's not supposed to have one. Now he's over at a pawn shop selling one. He's arrested for new charges on selling, having said GUN. And ask yourself, she goes to jail because of a dog bone and pointing a GUN at Tanner Butler. Why did she throw Stacy under the bus? Why'd she tell law enforcement about that? And let's not forget that Sarah tried to hide the fact that she did any of that to Tanner by putting that GUN in her purse, going to her mother and father's house that lived right behind them, 5 houses down. Yes, right behind their home, 5 houses down, their parents lived. She went there. She hid the GUN at her mom's and dad's. They allowed her to hide that GUN at their house. The mother, Sarah's mom, wouldn't tell police anything when they came there to talk to them about the GUN. Matter of fact, they had to basically threaten that they were going to have to arrest her if she didn't tell the truth. And Sarah's mom was like, okay, it's here. Yes, she brought it here. But why did Sarah flip on Stacy? Did she do that so Stacy was arrested? So that Stacy would be incarcerated? What happened? Why'd she get mad at him? Why'd she get pissed off at him and throw him under the bus? Now they're both in jail. And then Stacy Wandra claims that him and Sarah and Brandon were all given polygraphs and questioned about Michael Vaughan's disappearance. He says he passed the polygraph and Sarah and Brandon failed. Well, if Stacy had something to do with the abduction and murder of Michael Vaughan, telling the truth during the polygraph would be the only way you could pass it, right? Or did they really even have polygraphs? I asked Brandon if he had a polygraph. I can't remember. I don't know that I did. How can you not remember whether or not you did, didn't, pass, not pass a polygraph test when it comes to an abduction of a child, a murder of a child? Come on. Is Stacy Wandra even telling the truth about having damn polygraphs? We don't know. It's not out there for public information. It's just something that Stacy said. But apparently, this tip given by Stacy, this tip that he later redacted and said, I lied. He even told his mom, no, I lied. And then later told Chris Madonna, yeah. And Chris goes, did you lie to your mom again? And he said, yeah, I did. Stacy is a liar, a manipulator. Information was way prior to the fact of him giving a tip in November of 2022. I think the tip started coming in even before that. And you have J.D. Huff talking about a lead coming in July of 2021, or no, excuse me, July 22nd, 2022. Let's listen to it. Gotta skip this ad.
We have unfinished business, and I'll tell you that every day is an anniversary of the disappearance from Michael Vaughan for us.
Michael Vaughan has been missing for nearly a year now. This morning, Fruitland Police Department provided an update on the investigation into the disappearance of Michael Vaughan, also known as Monkey. Now, next week marks 1 year since the Fruitland boy went missing. He turned 6 last month. And with the help from the Idaho State Police and the FBI, Fruitland Police believe they have been able to more accurately determine the time that Michael disappeared.
This process is exhaustive and it takes a lot of time, and we believe someone out there will ultimately provide us with some information that'll help us solve this case. It's important to note that as we continue to refine our timeline, we now believe that Michael disappeared in a smaller window of time, and that's probably between the time of 6:40 p.m. and 7 o'clock p.m. on the 27th.
A new partnership with the Homeward Bound program offers additional awareness of Michael's disappearance. The program displays missing persons information on semi-truck trailers traveling across the country, and the reward for Michael's safe return is now more than $52,000. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Fruitland Police Department at 208-642-6006, extension 0. And
Let me just see. That was not the update that I found on my phone. Hold on. Well, during the update that I read from my phone, the full version of it, JD Huff talks about a lead that they got in July that leads them to believe more of Michael's abduction. So we know that in November of 2022, STACEY Wandra came forward, told law enforcement where Michael Vaughan was buried in his backyard. I had a recording given to me by Kelly, which was an ex-roommate of STACEY Wandra's. I heard the recording. I've played it here. And he says that he contacted law enforcement and told them that Michael Vaughan was buried in his backyard, even though he denies it over and over and over again during the lives that he did with creators all over YouTube. And then I found, let me just open up another tab. Hold on. I found an article that talked about it. I mean, a lot of people seem to think that, you know, nobody knew that it was STACEY Wandra in November, the person that gave the tip. But there was an actual news article that came out in November that said right on it that STACEY Wandra, it actually says something like Sarah Wandra's husband was the one who gave in the tip, but I can pull it up and we can look at it. I just pulled it up. Let me share my screen here. This is from my Facebook group, Michael Vaughan Case Revisited. I'm going to blow this up. So, yeah, this is the news article. And if you just, so it says, this is talking about Sarah Wandra. Sarah Wandra was charged on March 23rd with 3 felons, or 3 felonies in a separate case: aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, possession of controlled substances. Again, this is about Sarah Wandra, and destruction, flirtation, or concealment of evidence. Court documents show that on April 13, 2022, Wandra allegedly pointed a GUN at the head of a guest that we know as Tanner Butler, who was staying with her, and then brought the GUN in a purse to her parents' house. Wandra admitted to bringing the GUN there because she knew she was not supposed to be in possession of the GUN, according to the affidavit. When police responded to a 911 call about the incident, they found that the unlawfully possessed acetaminophen, hydrocodone, commonly sold under the brand name Vicodin. In quotation, Sarah later admitted to having a previous prescription that was no longer valid, and she kept the pills. And then it says, why was Sarah Wandra arrested in the Michael Vaughan case? According to the probable cause affidavit, which I do have and will go over, that was later sealed. Police served a search warrant on the Wandra's home on November 11th last year, based, here we go, based on information they received from Wandra's husband, STACEY. It remains unclear when or why police spoke with STACEY Wandra, or what he told that prompted the excavation. But we now know that we have that information because Brandy Neal Vaughan released that information in January. And you can hear his confession, and we can go over that information, where he clearly tells law enforcement where to go and where to look for Michael Joseph Vaughan in the Wandra's backyard. Police have offered few details about what they found. In December, they said cadaver dogs used in the excavation had alerted to the presence of human remains. And dogs don't alert on human remains just because. And it was multiple dogs, not one, not two, few, multiple dogs hitting on those remains in the backyard. Fruitland Police J.D. Huff told reporters that police strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. Sarah and Brandon, where's Michael? In a January Facebook post, the Fruitland Police Department's most recent update, officials said only that they found several pieces, several pieces of evidence that were sent to a private lab for DNA analysis. And we also know that back, I believe it was in January or February, somewhere in there, you guys, that J.D. Huff talked to, the people that run the show, I'm forgetting my words right now, but he spoke to the people that run the money, the community that runs the money for Michael Vaughan's reward money, to get $6,000 to buy something of evidential value. So here you have him saying that they found several pieces of evidence, and now just recently They found even more evidence. And guess what, you guys? That evidence that he wanted to pay for, he did receive the money. He was able to purchase that. That all came after Brandy spoke about how she spoke to the DA's bringing charges and all of that. So people are wondering, why haven't they charged? Well, whatever evidentiary evidence they found, they've got to go over, right? That evidence has got to be processed. It's got to go to the lab. It's got to do all those things, right? So, of course, they have to wait for all that information to be able to put it into whatever information they have to turn over to the judge for the judge to then read and press charges, serve warrants. Things have been moving. We know recently that they went and searched the graveyard. The graveyard owned by Brandon's grandmother, then later given or inherited to Brandon's mother. And we know he had to use an excavator to dig his father's grave because it's an all natural grave site, graveyard. And he dug that hole. Law enforcement has wanted to search that graveyard for a very long time because Brandon not only had access to a family graveyard that's all natural. We're not talking coffins or anything else. It's all natural. They use rocks as tombstones. They knew he had his access to his father's excavators and machinery that was there where his sister was close to Fruitland, that he had to then use to dig his own grandfather's. So all this information has to be written out and put into all of the paperwork that Brandy had already seen, but none of this stuff was added. So you guys can see evidence is getting added and everything. They're still working very, very hard on Michael's case. Then those things are sent to a private lab. All of that evidence that J.D. Huff was talking about, those pieces of evidence that were sent to a private lab for DNA analysis. Sarah Wandra was at the residence when the police arrived, according to the affidavit, and she told officers that God told her STACEY had hurt Michael and buried the boy in a neighbor's yard. Then she later backtracked, saying STACEY did not hurt the boy, but had buried him in the Wandra's backyard. That's what the court documents say. Wandra was told the police that somebody identified in the affidavit only as Adrien had been the one who had done it. And he was scared to tell anybody. Police later announced that they were looking for Adrian Lucien of Toledo, Ohio, and Brandon Shurtliff of Kuna, Idaho, saying they believed the men had firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Neither man has been charged in the case, nor has STACEY Wandra. Again, had knowledge. And we know STACEY gives a tip. And he even says that Brandon Shurtliff, trigger warning out there, please, very difficult information that I'm about to talk about. If you can't handle this information, protect your mental health. But STACEY Wandra, in his confession footage, came out and said that Brandon Shurtliff duct taped Michael in the spare room at his mother's house, at Brandon's mother's house. More information has even came out, believed that, Michael, was then later put into a garbage bag and buried in the Wandra's yard. Neither man has been charged in the case, nor has STACEY. Wandra. Soon after her arrest, Wandra was declared mentally unfit to proceed in court and sent to a mental health facility to have her competency restored. So Sarah Wandra is arrested on November 11th, 2022, when they go to the home with a search warrant to start excavating the backyard. Later, those charges were dropped, but she can still be charged with not reporting the death of Michael Vaughan. The reason everybody is always asking, why did they drop those charges? Every person that is charged with something, it is law to give them a quick, what's the word I'm looking for? A quick trial. And without being able to collect all of the evidence, they thought Michael was going to be in the backyard, remember? Without being able to collect all the evidence or being able to throw the case together completely and do it the right way the first time, because you only got one time to do it, they dropped those charges to later be able to charge her with that again later on, but did keep her in jail for what she had done to Tanner Butler. They couldn't do a quick trial. They needed to make sure it was strong. And in order to charge her with the knowledge of not reporting Michael's death, they needed to be able to prove that Michael was gone, that what happened, and all of that information. And they had to be able to do it quickly to give her a quick trial. So that's why those charges are dropped. But again, later being able to come back at her, and they will, with not reporting the death of Michael. So there you have her throwing STACEY under the bus again for burying Michael, for hurting Michael, and also saying that Adrien did it. And that's all within the affidavit. Here's the affidavit. Oh, hold on a second. It went way too fast. Hold on. Those charges can be and will be revisited. Oh, yes. And Adrien is, evil as hell. He even says Adrien Lucien. Thank you guys all for being here. I'm sorry I am not in the chat as much as I usually am, so forgive me for that. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Chuck's daughter or granddaughter, because yes, a speedy trial. Thank you. I'm losing my words. I haven't been on in a month, so yes, a speedy trial has to be given to every person, and they could not do that if they didn't have all of the information that they needed. They had to drop those charges on Sarah. But fortunately for the Vaughan family and all of us, her ass is still in jail because she is a violent person and did what she did to Tanner. I've often wondered, I even spoke about this with Lynn, Brandy's sister, yesterday when we were on the phone. She has wondered the same thing. Why did Sarah beat Tanner with a dog bone? Why did she point that gun at him? There's been talk and speculation and rumor going around that Michael, was buried underneath these grills, these barbecuers. That's not even the place right there off of the porch where Sarah or STACEY told law enforcement Michael had been buried. And Tanner Butler came over that day to cook them their anniversary dinner or whatever. But why would she do that? It wasn't because he went to go move these barbecuers out of the way. That's not what it was. Did he have any knowledge of Michael's disappearance, Michael being buried, or any of that? Was there some kind of heated argument or anything that, you know, Tanner knew something about something? Did he talk to law enforcement and tell them something about Michael somewhere in this timeline of events? You know, is that why there was possible polygraphs while they were both in jail? You know, because Sarah ends up getting out of jail just shortly after STACEY is put in jail, you know, for selling the firearm, for being a felon and not, you know, and being in possession of the GUN. And she gets out and now she's home, and she's home with Brandon because Adrien took off in August of 2021, never to be seen again in Idaho. Were her and Brandon's plan, since STACEY was the weak link, to move Michael while he was in jail? And then he comes up with this tip. He had no clue that Michael had been moved. No clue whatsoever. He is dumbfounded by the fact that he's not back there. He thinks he's going to get some deal. Death penalty is going to be taken off the table. He's not going to have to serve a bunch of time because STACEY doesn't like being in captivity. He doesn't like being in jail or prison or whatever at all. They make fun of him. People talk about him stinking, not wanting to take a shower. You know, he's bullied about all of that stuff. And then he gives this tip. Michael's not found. Looks like Sarah and Brandon made the right decision to move Michael because STACEY really was the weak link. He's talking. He's giving information. Even though he tried backtracking, saying it was a false confession. I was bullied into saying that. They had me back there talking to me for hours and hours and days and days. They were mean to me. I cried. Oh no, STACEY Wandra is the victim. Hell no, that's not what happened. And if anybody thinks that, I don't know what to tell you, because that is not true. There is more information going to be coming later this week about that confession, by the way, you guys. Keep an eye out. Hit those notification bells. You want to be present for new information coming this week. I didn't want to add the new information to this all-day live because I didn't want it to get lost in this all-day live, but there is new information. Back to this affidavit. Officials said that Sarah Wandra maintained, again, November 11th, 2022. They show up at 1102 Red Wing Street, the Wandra's residence, serving a warrant to Sarah Wandra. Officials said Sarah Wandra maintained that she definitely did not hurt that boy and said, "The Most High God already told me who did it." She reportedly told police, "Oh, wow. The Most High God just told me that STACEY was the one who hurt him and buried him in the yard of the neighbor's house." Talking about the RSOs, Carson and his wife, the Starkeys, which they did allow law enforcement to search their backyard without even a search warrant or anything. They're like, come search. When asked later to show police where the boy was buried, according to the affidavit, she said or she told police of a spot near the entry of her residence and said STACEY had buried him in the backyard by the shed, which was around the corner from the porch, not underneath where these barbecuers were. Which, by the way, just gotta pause real quick while I'm remembering the conversation that I had yesterday with Lynn. And while we were talking, she pointed out to me that their dog, the dog that the Wandras had, they didn't have for very long after Michael was abducted, after Michael was buried in the backyard. A beagle in the backyard of the Wandras' house. He had, dogs got to go out, got to go to the bathroom, got to go out, got to take a shit in that backyard. Probably, more than likely, and according to STACEY's own words, like to dig in the backyard. Did they get rid of him because he was trying to dig up where Michael was buried in the backyard? Just a conversation that I ended up having with Lynn, because I didn't know that the beagle, that their dog, was gone shortly after Michael Vaughan's abduction. But back to this, police said by that point, they had begun hand digging a portion of the Wandra's yard based on information received from STACEY, who had not been arrested or charged by Monday afternoon. It wasn't clear when or why police had spoken with STACEY Wandra. Well, that's because STACEY Wandra gave a tip to get a deal. Sarah Wandra was arrested and told police, God just told me that STACEY was the one who did it, adding that she knew the body was in the neighbor's yard because, in parentheses, that's what STACEY just told me. She then corrected herself and said, that's what God told me, according to this affidavit. She allegedly reiterated to police that she had nothing to do with Michael's disappearance. She said her husband buried Michael in the backyard by the shed, but wasn't the one who actually harmed the boy. She said instead the man, identified only as Adrien, had been the one who had done it, and she was scared to, and he was scared to tell anybody. Adrien Lucien was scared to tell anybody. See, and that's what Adrien says. He's scared to come forward and tell anybody. And I don't mean this in a racist way, but this is literally what Adrien has said. I'm the black man and I would go down for this. He feels like he's been framed. Sarah, I hope that happens, but I really want to get my hands on him after the phone calls and letters I have received. Okay. Where else am I going? Oh, what else do I got? Need to delete this. My ear's ringing. Somebody must be talking about me. Again, Michael Joseph Vaughan was abducted on July 27th, 2021. Today is July 27th, 2025. It's been 4 years. 4 years since the day Michael Vaughan was abducted from Fruitland, Idaho, in his neighborhood off of 9th in Arizona, 8th Arizona. There are 4 suspects in Michael Vaughan's abduction and murder: STACEY, Wandra, Sarah Wandra, ADRIEN, LUCIENNE, and Brandon Shurtliff. It was even updated January 10th of 2025 this year that they are still suspects in Michael Vaughan's abduction. Somebody knows something. And please, if you do have a tip, please call it in. The telephone number is 208-642-6006 or email findmichael@fruitland.org. No tip is too big or too small. Let law enforcement decide whether or not it's credible. You might just want to get it off your chest finally that you have information, or maybe you think you might know something, but you're not really sure whether or not that information's going to lead law enforcement to any conclusion. But police can't figure that out if you don't tell it. It could be the missing piece to this puzzle. Your tip could match several other people's tip. Your tip could put together a timeline piece that's missing. Lord knows all the suspects do nothing but lie. So important information like timeline and stuff. If you were in the area when Michael Vaughan was abducted, if you remember seeing STACEY Wandra, Sarah Wandra, ADRIEN, LUCIENNE, or Brandon Shurtliff, where were they? What were they doing? What were they wearing? What were they driving? Where were they? Were they at Applebee's? Were they at the mall? Were they just driving in their car? Were they walking? Did you see anything suspicious? Did you see Michael Vaughan? Did you see a 5-year-old little blonde-haired little boy walking around the neighborhood wearing his boxers and a Minecraft shirt, walking along the neighborhood? If you did, what was he doing? Where was he at? Did you see anybody near? Did you see a car pulled over to the side of the road? Any information that you can give law enforcement could help. Please call in the tip 208-642-6006 or email findmichael@fruitland.org. Suspects, if you're listening, talk to law enforcement. Get the death penalty taken off the table. You don't want to be charged with something, Adrian, if you didn't do it. If you're charged with these things before you come forward and start talking, you could literally get the death penalty or spend the rest of your life in prison for doing nothing but just having information and knowing what happened to Michael Vaughan. We know you had a different plan. Talk to law enforcement about it. Who cares if that plan could get you in trouble? At least you're not going to go to jail for kidnapping and murder. Think smart. Do what your mom would want you to do. Do the right thing. None of them are invincible. They can think that they are. They can think they're going to get away with things. They're not. They're not ever going to get away with what they did to Michael, because we're not going to allow them to get away with it. We're not going to stop being Monkey's Army and stop advocating and, stop trying to bring justice for the Vaughan family and for Michael. It's just never going to happen. We're going to keep digging. We're keep being nosy. We're going to keep pissing suspects off. Like, that's just what we're going to do. Thank you, Eve, for being here again. Thank you for the prayers. STACEY can't cope on his own in the outside world without Sarah and her parents' money, home, brains, etc. Exactly. Somebody is being Sarah and STACEY's in-between person. Talking to STACEY, getting information, passing that information to Sarah. Same, getting information from Sarah, passing it along to STACEY. Somebody out there wants you know, Sarah and Stacy's mom, both of their mothers, to talk to Eve, a YouTube creator. Neither one of them want anything to do with her. They don't like her. They don't want to talk to her. They don't want to give her any information. You know, Sarah's mom wants to kick back and act like her daughter did nothing, but she's the same mom that hid a GUN in her house for her daughter when she held that GUN to Tanner Butler's head. What mom does that when you know the facts? Why would you even hide a GUN? How far will she go to hide any information to save her daughter's ass? And the same goes for STACEY, Wandra's mother. How far will these parents go? Tina Merrill is actually one of the ones too that really wants to do anything and everything she possibly can to protect her son, because when cadaver dogs hid at her house, she said the only reason that they, you know, hid at her house was because of her leaky toilet, and the dogs must have hit on poop. Well, that's not true. Law enforcement goes over to Tina Merrill's house once they find out that on July 27th, 2021, the day that Michael disappeared, Stacy, Sarah, and Brandon leave the neighborhood seen on CCTV camera to go to Kuna, Idaho, where Brandon's mom's house is. Now we know, or now we believe, now we've been told Michael with them. And the dogs hid at her house, but it's only poop? Make that make sense. Mountain Search and Rescue has came out and says dogs do not alert on feces. They are trained to hit on the death scent. Not feces, not poop. That's not what they're trained to hit on. Okay? Let's just read that article because I have it. Let's talk about Tina Merrill and her excuses for her son, Brandon Shurtliff. Hold on a second. Like I said, I got to go through like so many. Hold on. Okay. I've got things everywhere, you guys. And some things got moved into places I don't even know where they're at, because when they fixed my computer, stuff got moved around. I was like, what the heck is going on? Hold on, give me just a moment. Be patient with me, please. Here we go. Sarah Wandra was found mentally unfit to proceed last year. She was committed to State Hospital South in Blackfoot on December 6, 2022. That was just a month after they went and dug at the Wandra's home. Indicates she was found unfit to assist in her own defense. Well, she ended up getting help. She ended up getting medication and then was eventually found fit. Sarah Wandra's public defender. Let's just get to the Where is Shurtliff? According to his mother, Tina Murrell, he is in North Dakota, and she knows his location. Well, we now know that he was at his father's house working with his father for his excavation company. Murrell told KTVB via Facebook that her son is not running and has nothing to hide. We have all been cooperating, but this has outright turned into a total harassment of Brandon. Aw, really? Brandon's the victim, Tina? Not. It used to be innocent until proven guilty. Now it's guilty without proof. Well, we know that he was walking around the neighborhood doing something. We know that Brandon himself has contradicted himself so many damn times, especially in the live that I did with him and the recording that I have. Tina, what do you got to say about that? Did you watch that? Maybe you should watch that live, because you can literally see your son lying and contradicting himself. Your son is not innocent in any way, shape, or form, and you know it. There are even pointing fingers at me and telling me that I'm lying, because you are, and hiding something. And you're hiding something. You're trying to protect your baby. It is time to get him off your tit and be a real mom. Tell your son to do what's right. Stop giving him a pat on the back, a slap on the hand. Let him do some real time for all of the stuff that he's done already. And tell him, I'm no longer going to save your ass. I'm going to go talk to law enforcement, or tell him to go talk to law enforcement. Like, what do you know, Tina? Tina Murrell claims that she opened her home up to police when they came knocking. I gave them food and water, prayed with them, and allowed them to run their dogs and police through my house and yard. They did find my toilet was leaking, which I'm grateful for, Murrell said. She claims their cadaver dogs smelled the poop outside near her vent and crawl space, which was near her leaky toilet. I don't think so, Tina. Really don't think so. Public Relations Director Mark Sullivan works for Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, a team that has been very active in the search for Michael Vaughan. Sullivan consulted with canine experts on this team who told him that no, cadaver dogs do not alert on human feces. Sullivan said that he's never heard of a canine dog being trained to find feces. Each dog, in quotations, has a very specific reaction, and it does a very specific reaction that it does when it does what it's trained to do. So each dog has a special reaction, like a movement, whether it's putting their paws in a place, raising them, lowering their bodies to the ground, whatnot. They do something, and that alerts their trainer to know, okay, human remains were here, or the death scent was here, or whatever it was. They came back with 17 cars. Okay, Tina, you mean to tell me that police came, you served them spaghetti, according to Daniel Guthrie, which is Brandon's friend, long family, lifetime friend, said that Tina Murrell served them spaghetti. They came to their house. Cadaver dogs alerted at her house. And then they came back with 17 cars, dogs, and shovels, and dug where the dogs alluded to the following day. They found nothing but my leaky toilet, she says. Law enforcement came back to your house with 17 cars, dogs, and shovels and dug because cadaver dogs hit at your house, Tina. That is a fact. and they don't hit on poop, and it wasn't your leaky toilet. We have cooperated fully since this all began. Our attorney will probably be calling the press conference for all this slander. Tina, just got a question for you. Has your attorney ever called a press conference for all the slander? If they have, can you send me that link so I can play it? I'd really like to hear it. So full of bullshit. Just total BS. Your lawyer wasn't going to do no press conference. He's telling you to zip it, be quiet. You don't want your son arrested for anything. You better just lock those lips. Stop making excuses for your son. Matter of fact, just tell him to go talk to law enforcement. Okay, and furthermore, what else do I got? Let's talk about that. I have so much, you guys. We're talking about what about the fact that STACEY, Wandra, and Brandon both talk about the fact that they pulled over to the side of the road at 8th and Arizona before going to Cuna to tow back Brandon Shurtliff's car the day that Michael Vaughan was abducted. Where was Michael Vaughan abducted? On 8th and Arizona. Let's listen to STACEY, Wandra.
On the way out of the subdivision, we were in the truck. The truck, I always had to put power steering in the truck because the power steering pump was going out. It had a it's called the high pressure gasket ring that connects the power steering hose to the core. Was bad. I didn't fix that until after like a month later. I ended up getting it fixed, but it was called a high pressure seal. There we go, high pressure seal for the power steering. And so the power steering had a huge was spraying all over. Every probably I don't know, probably every.
STACEY, Wandra, saying they had to pull over to the side of the road to change the steering fluid. Well, PJ Vision, which is Dolly Vision's girlfriend, another creator here on the YouTube streets, talks to Sarah Wandra, recently put out a phone interview she did with Sarah Wandra, and that was released. You guys can go over to PJ Vision and watch that. And in that conversation that she has with Sarah, Sarah Wandra says that they pulled over on 8th in Arizona so she could adjust the mirror. And you won't hear STACEY Wandra tell us what Brandon said. Brandon said he got out of the vehicle too, that him and STACEY Wandra did the power steering fluid, that he got the fluid out of the back and they both put it in. So now you have two men outside the truck on the same corner where Michael Vaughan disappeared. Not suspicious much?
4, 5, 6 hours, we had to stop and refill power steering fluid because there was a huge whining noise going on and it was causing from the power steering.
Let me just back up real quick. What time did you stop to put in the power steering fluid on 8th in Arizona? This is very interesting.
I would say probably early 6 o'clock hour. Early 6 o'clock hour, like between 6 and 6:15, easy.
Arizona and 8th.
But he says between 6 and 6:15, and then he says 6:30, and then he says 6:45, and then he says 7 o'clock. You know how many times he contradicted himself with this timeline? By the way, PJ Vision link is up if anybody wants to take it. Thank you, Sarah, for throwing that up. For that phone interview that PJ Vision did with Sarah Wandra, where she says that they pulled over to adjust the mirror, and Sarah Wandra was the one that was driving the truck when they left the neighborhood.
Street is only a few hundred feet from the area where Michael was last seen.
No, it's probably like I don't know, like a tenth of a mile.
He tries to get so specific. No, actually, a tenth of a mile. 300 feet, tenth of a mile. All Brooks is trying to point out is the fact that you're pretty damn close to where Michael Vaughan was taken from, where he was abducted from, Stacy.
But even still, I don't know how or why he would even be seen in our neighborhood when he lives completely on the other side of the subdivision. So I don't, or the other side of it, in a different neighborhood. He doesn't even live in a subdivision.
You hear him clearing his throat. You heard Lynn and Katie talk about how, you know, you can tell when Stacy Wandra's lying because he's always clearing his throat, doing that gargle, whatever, oh my God, grossness that he does, or touching his face.
Outside of the subdivision. So we...
Right here, where this teal X is the corner of 8th in Arizona. Up at the top, where the red mark is the house on 1102 Red Wing Street, where the Wandras lived. 4-minute walk from the Vaughan family's home. 4 minutes, you guys. 8th Street, Southwest 8th Street. Right where that teal is, it runs east and west. It's the only way in and the only way out of the neighborhood. They are basically divided, the Vaughan family and the Wandra's home, divided by 8th Street. The Vaughns live in one subdivision. Stacy Wandra, Sarah Wandra, Adrian Lucienne, and Brandon Shurtliff are all living at the Wandra's house in the other subdivision. Let's talk more about that subdivision, okay? Let me get rid of this because I have footage. Hold on one second. Okay. Here is a video Brandy helped put together showing the area. It was something very important for Brandy to do. She really wanted to help everybody get a perspective of her neighborhood, her street, 8th and 9th Arizona, 8th in Arizona and 9th Arizona, the subdivision, where they would be coming, where the Wandras and Brandon would be coming out of their subdivision onto Southwest 8th Street. She wanted to do this when she started to get very, very sick. It was just something very important for her to do. So let's go over it. You know, we have heard Stacy Wandra talk a lot about 8th in Arizona and the child that he saw on 8th in Arizona, which we'll get to in a minute. But let's look at this. Okay, here we go. So we're walking out of the Vaughan's driveway. Brandy
Right
has
down 9th
walking,
Street to the corner
walking.
of 9th and Arizona.
So she's walking west on 9th Street, Arizona, going north and south right there. Just to point out, right here on 9th and Arizona, there is no sidewalk. STACEY Wandra claims to see a child on the sidewalk. The only sidewalk is on Southwest 8th Street on, I want to say the north side, but if you're coming out of the neighborhood, it's on the left-hand side. I believe that's the north side of the street. And that's the only sidewalk. And he never describes seeing the child that he saw on that particular sidewalk. He names off 8th, 9th, and Arizona, but there is no sidewalk, you guys. Again, all lies. Right back there in the background between these two blue dots up along that long white fence, that is 8th Street.
And this is the corner of 8th in Arizona. There is Hidden Meadows Subdivision.
And Hidden Meadows Subdivision is the subdivision where the Wandras lived. She wants to give you guys a perspective. You can literally see where to go into the subdivision from the street they live on there on 9th.
I'm standing on the corner of 9th and Arizona. Turning all the way back around. I am now facing 9th in Arizona.
Facing east. That would be, if she kept walking, where her house would be on the left-hand side of the road.
On the corner, right here, of 9th and Arizona.
All right, everyone.
Now Brandy and Pidge are driving west on Arizona, and they're about to take a right to go into Hidden Meadows. And that's the subdivision where the Wandras lived.
And right. We are in Hidden Meadows. All right, let's turn around right here.
They didn't even want to go back to where the Wandras were. I can't even imagine the trigger that would have to be back over by that house to know that that's where your son was buried and then later moved, like avoided at all costs. You know, they still live in the house. They're on 9th. They're still 4-minute walk away from where Michael was. How heartbreaking is that? To know that's what happened over there 4 minutes away from your house, and they still live there.
We're in Hidden Meadows Subdivision. I don't want to go any farther. Here we go. We are coming out of Hidden Meadows Subdivision onto.
So they're coming out of the subdivision, and you can go right, which would take you to the Snake River, or you can go left. You go left, it's going to take you completely out of the neighborhood. But this is where it gets interesting. This is how to give you guys a better perspective that when STACEY and Brandon and Sarah all say that they pulled over to the side of the road at 8th and Arizona. First of all, they all three said it, and they were all three in the vehicle. But they all three give different stories. Sarah says they pulled over to adjust the mirror. STACEY says he got out and put power steering fluid up. The hood was up on the car. STACEY and Brandon didn't see anything. They stayed in the vehicle. Brandon says he got out of the vehicle, got the fluid from the back, brought it to the front, and him and STACEY put the fluid in. 2 men out of the vehicle. Why does it take 2 men to put power steering fluid in? I thought both men know how to take care of cars. Why are they both out of the vehicle? Suspicious or what? But now you're going to get a perspective of how close is 8th in Arizona coming out of Hidden Meadows.
Southwest 8. All right, let me jump out here real quick. If I'm over here, you look down the road. I'm coming out of Hidden Meadows.
See the sidewalk on the left-hand side of the road? That's the only sidewalk. That is the only sidewalk on the left-hand side of the road, and it goes all the way out to get out of the neighborhood and all the way to the splash pad.
Subdivision, allegedly. Pulled off right here to pull in.
The arrow was pointing right at where they pulled over, right at 8th in Arizona.
Put in power steering fluid, correct? Arizona.
Where she's pointing to now is Arizona and 9th Street, just a few houses down where they live, or a house down.
And 9th. Coming out of Hidden Meadows Subdivision.
Pulled over in the spot where they say there was an adjusted mirror, or there was power steering fluid, or they both got out, STACEY and Brandon, to put in the power steering fluid. But this is where they pulled over on the side of the road, and it is so very close to where law enforcement, Brandy, believe Michael was taken from.
Okay, we are turning right onto South Arizona. Southwest 8th and South Arizona. Now we are coming to turn to Southwest 9th in Arizona. Now we are, here's home.
9th in Arizona, there's home.
There's our house.
And I'm going to go ahead and take this down because I do have other footage that I would like to show. And that gives you a really good perspective of where 8th in Arizona is. And then I'm going to play one that Kelly Hot Mess, she's actually here right now, does. This is from the Wandra's house. Like leaving the neighborhood. This is the Wandra's house right here. And let me just fast forward this. Let me see. Oop, too far. Wait a second. Almost about to, hold on a second, figure out where she's at right now. Okay, here we go right here. This is Southwest 8th Street, again, leaving Hidden Meadows Subdivision, going to be taking a left to go where they pulled over on the side of the road. And something very interesting that Kelly did, and very thankful for, is that she had her caregiver stand out in the street, because STACEY Wandra claims that Michael Vaughan, or not Michael, he says a child that wasn't Michael Vaughan, standing in the road, houses and houses and houses down, and how you couldn't see the person. Here in a second. Now she has pulled over to the side of the road on 8th and Arizona, where they say they have all three pulled over to the side of the road. They all agree on that. At least it's something they agree on, right? Because they're all liars. Up ahead, where you kind of see the bigger tree shaped like a triangle, can you guys see a woman standing out in the road? A grown woman standing out in the road out there. Can you guys see her? Just interesting. Hello, Renee. Good to see you, hun. I'm just wondering if you guys can see a woman. Can you guys see a woman? The fact is, STACEY Wandra says there was a child standing up here 4 or 5 houses down. Her caregiver is 4 or 5 houses down, standing in the road. You cannot see anybody standing in the road. In a second, an arrow will be pointing at her. You cannot see her. Nowhere. I know where she is because I put the video together and because Kelly showed me. But you cannot see that far down whether a child would be in a yard, on a road, on a sidewalk, or nothing. Now it's pointing towards 9th and Arizona. And then let me just fast forward. Oh, let me see. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. And now Kelly is going to take us to a different part of the neighborhood. First of all, this is the left-hand side of the road. This is where the sidewalk is. It goes all the way to the splash pad. And now Kelly will drive us down Southwest 8th Street to the splash pad. The splash pad that STACEY Wandra said that he parked at because he lost his chew. Remember that? That morning, he got a call from a taxi. He had a taxi call to go to Ontario. He turned the corner. His can of chew went to the floorboard. He said he had to pull over at the splash pad to pick it up off the floorboard of the car. Well, we're about to see that splash pad. But STACEY, can you explain to us why you were also in a skate park kitty corner from Brandy's work that day? Can you explain to me why you and Sarah, months prior to Michael's abduction, was sitting at a laundromat near another splash pad? And why is Brandon Shurtliff walking the neighborhood around the same time that you're in the neighborhood, STACEY, driving around? That's all kind of suspicious. It seemed to me like they woke up that morning and made a decision to scope out splash pads, parks, or whatever to find a child, maybe a young woman, maybe to do some kind of ladies of the night thing. I know that's why ADRIEN was there, a ladies of the night thing. There was even a woman that came forward and said, ADRIEN tried to get me to do that. And I refused to I told him, no, I'm not doing no ladies of the night to give you any money. We're talking about prost to shun. That's the only way I can say it on here. And then he said, well, can I use your profile to do some scams? And she's like, no, you cannot. So it seems to me like one of these suspects took up upon themselves to take a child instead of a young lady. And you have Sarah and Brandon during the day after they drop ADRIEN off at Applebee's to visit with his son and his ex-girlfriend, baby's mama, to meet his son. And You know, Brandon and Sarah are driving around and they're hanging out at the mall. So you got STACEY at parks and splash pads. You got Sarah and STACEY at the mall. What's at the mall? Teenage girls, teenage boys. They were all out scouting for somebody to take. To the video, we're about to witness and see where the splash pad is on Southwest 8th Street. It's not very far, just a few blocks away. And Brandy and the family, they took regular walks and stuff in the neighborhood. It's just mind-blowing, all of the information. I mean, there's so many layers to this case. We've already been live for like 4 hours and 10 minutes, and I've barely even touched this case, barely touched any information, things that STACEY has said, stuff that Brandon has said, contradictions, lies, things we have caught in the lives, different slips and everything else. And here's the left into the splash pad area. It was brought to my attention a few months back that right in this area here was one of somewhere in this area. So you have the splash pad, and then behind the splash pad, you have this row of houses that's right here. Well, this row of houses right here, not here, but a little bit. Let me see. Right in here. Nope. Went too far back. Hold on. Was one of the CCTV cameras that STACEY Wandra was seen on, parked in the parking lot at this splash pad. Law enforcement asked him, talked to him, wanted to know why he was there, why he was at the splash pad. They also found it very suspicious that he's there, but he makes up some excuse about his chew. But that's where one of the CCTV cameras was located, was along this house area somewhere there near the splash pad. But again, here's the splash pad, same splash pad that Monkey loves to play in, same splash pad where they're actually going to be, from what I understand, having Buggy's birthday party this coming August. She is going to be turning 6 years old and starting school. And now leaving the splash pad. And now we're going to get a good perspective on how you can get to the Vaughan's house, not taking Arizona. So taking a right, going back into the neighborhood towards the subdivision where the Wandras lived, but instead of going all the way down to the subdivision, going to take a left now, and we're going to go down and then take a right onto 9th. 9th is where the Vaughan family lives. And remember, Michael Vaughan had taken 9th Street and this street to get to the splash pad a year prior to his abduction, when he wandered away from the home following his brother who left to go to the splash pad. I mean, look at this. It's literally right around the corner from their home. This right here is the Vaughan family's home, right here. And now we're going down to Arizona Street. Once again, Brandy's already taking you. That field too. Hold on one second. The field that you see where all that blank space is right in front of this vehicle, that is the field, this gigantic field that we heard Katie and Lynn talk about earlier, that was really being searched right after Michael Vaughan disappeared. This is the same field. So we know STACEY Wandra talked to a bunch of creators on YouTube. one of the creators he talked to was Dolly Vision. Dolly Vision was the only one out of everybody that talked to STACEY Wandra that actually got him to admit something about the child that STACEY says he saw being in the yard of the house facing this particular field. I'm pretty sure I have that. So let's remove this and go there since we're already talking about it. I know I have it. Let me see. Dolly Vision, where are you? Give me just one moment. Let me see. Give me 1 second, you guys. Oh, I have it. I do. It's right here. Boom, shakalaka. Boom, shakalaka.
A child with a.
And we're going to go over what STACEY Wandra says that he sees in this child and the many, many, many contradictions that he makes in just a minute. But like I said, Dolly Vision was one of the people. Thank you, Dolly Vision, for this. If one of the moderators could put up his link, please. I thought I had it and I'm not seeing it. And I didn't know I was going to use this, actually. Dolly Vision is talking with STACEY, and I'll be able to explain it better once you guys hear what Dolly has to say. Just remember, the house there on the corner at 9th and Arizona, the one that faces that field, okay? Keep that in mind while you listen to this.
And you notice a child with a. Tell me a little bit about the child you noticed. What did you see? What was going on? What you can remember? I know it's been two and a half, almost 3 years, so I know it's hard. But if you can remember anything from maybe what the kid was wearing, what the kid looked like.
I just know he had dark brown hair. He was taller, like he had to be 8, 9, 10 years old.
He also said 5, 6, 7 years old. Now it's 8, 9, 10 years old. Now this child has dark hair like his. There were so many different versions of this child that he said he saw. At 1 minute it was a small child, and then the child got taller, the child got older. It was ridiculous.
Not look anything. Not. I mean, mind you, it wasn't a clear picture. You know what I mean? I wasn't really trying to pay attention. You know.
Yeah, you was putting power.
Always pay attention to my surroundings all the time. You know.
Hey, Jay is for justice in the house. Hello. And Mary Edwards in the house. Lots of people coming in all day live. 4 years ago today marks 4 years since Michael Vaughan's abduction. Welcome in, everybody. This is my all-day live stream to bring awareness to Michael Vaughan and his abduction, and to call out the suspects in the Michael Vaughan's case: Sarah and STACEY, Wandra, Adrian, Lucienne, and Brandon SHURTLIFF.
But nothing was unusual about it. Like, you just seemed like a normal kid just playing in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and you say he had a toy. Do you remember what kind of toy he may have had?
No. I didn't pay attention again. I just know he was playing with something is all I know.
STACEY Wandra's been asked so many times about this toy, what he was playing with, whether or not it was a bicycle, a tricycle. He has said that this child was in a yard, was on a sidewalk. We know there's no sidewalk because there's no sidewalk anywhere he says there were no yards for him to be in that he could have actually seen a child at. We just proved that watching the video taken from the area. That's why it was so important for Brandy to see. Look, no sidewalk. Look, you cannot see from where he was parked this and this and this area. But the one place you can definitely see is 8th in Arizona, people. That's the one place we know Michael was, and more than likely the last place he was when he was taken from that spot.
And you didn't see nobody else around the kid. Was he in a yard?
Yeah, he was in the neighbor's yard, yeah. Or one of the people's yard.
Okay, there was a slip right there in the neighbor's yard. How did he know it was a neighbor's yard? The Vaughan's live on 9th, and the only house on Arizona is the Vaughan's neighbors. That's the only house that faces that field. The other house on the corner faces southwest and 8th Street.
Yards off of East Street, but
Okay.
I
Okay.
assumed it was just
So
somebody's
he
kid.
wasn't playing. He wasn't playing in none of the fields over there.
No.
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to get at. Was he in the field or was he near? You know, because a lot of that is
outside the neighbors, outside a house, like in the front yard.
across from the field, which would sit right across from the field. Okay.
Okay, let's hear that again.
Okay. Okay.
I assumed it was just
So
somebody's
he
kid.
wasn't playing. He wasn't playing in none of the fields over there.
No.
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to get at. Was he in the field or was he near? You know, because a lot of that is
outside the neighbors, outside a house, like in the front yard.
across from the field, which would sit right across from the field. Okay. Okay.
So he's shaking his head yes. Dolly Vision is amazing. He got STACEY right here to admit the child that he saw was in a yard across from the field. The one and only house on Arizona. Out of all the other creators that talked to STACEY, he never, ever talked about 8th and Arizona or actual Arizona Street. But in this, he's calling it a neighbor's house. It's the only house on Arizona, and it's across from the field. That is the exact location where we believe Michael Vaughan was taken from, and he admits to seeing a child right there. Sounds to me like the child that he saw was Michael Vaughan. And did you guys know that law enforcement didn't even know that STACEY Wandra saw a child in this area until they started listening to his bullshit talk on the YouTube streets? Did you guys know that? Yeah, he never told law enforcement anything about seeing a child. Open mouth, insert foot, put himself in a huge predicament ever even mentioning this child that he says that he saw, when he even changes the race of the child from being white to Hispanic, tall, short, small kid, older kid, where the child was standing on a sidewalk in a yard on Arizona, not on Arizona, on 8th Street, 2 houses down, 4 houses down, 6 houses down. So many changes in his story. He absolutely, hot mess, cannot stop lying. Cannot stop lying. Puts himself right at the location where Michael Vaughan was abducted. Admits to seeing a child. So they have left the neighborhood, seen on CC, or okay, they have left their house. They have all admitted, him, STACEY, Sarah, and Brandon all admitted to pulling over to the side of the road on 8th in Arizona. They are seen on CCTV camera leaving the neighborhood at 7:08 p.m. Moments prior to that, Brandy got the phone call that Michael was missing. They have all said they went to Brandon's mom's house. Cadaver dogs hit on the Wandras. Cadaver dogs hit at Tina Mariel's house. At this time, they're leaving the neighborhood. It is now believed that Michael Vaughan was with them in the red Sierra truck going to Kuna, Idaho, Tina Mariel's home, Brandon's mom's house, to tow back his vehicle. But there are so many stories about the tow too, right? What do I have about? We know STACEY says he stayed outside the house. Sarah sat in the truck. He says at one point Sarah sat in the truck the whole time. Then STACEY Wandra says that Sarah went inside the house to pee. Then he says he was working on the truck, that Brandon Shurtliff changed his clothes while they're at his mom's house and also brought laundry with him, had a duffel bag full of laundry, brought it to his mom's house and washed his clothes, and then changed his clothes. Brandon says he don't remember washing any clothes, but if he did, they were clothes that were there at his mom's house. He didn't bring a duffel bag full of clothes. And at first, Brandon denies that there was ever a duffel bag that he had, but then eventually admits to, oh, wait, I did have a duffel bag. I carried it with me. Yeah, I had it. A duffel bag that has been speculated about whether or not Michael Vaughan could have been in this duffel bag, but never a creator ever asking STACEY or Brandon, was Michael in that duffel bag? No, they took it upon themselves to say things like, but not big enough for a body, or some shit like that. Who says that? Nobody asked you. Nobody asked you that. Duffel bag definitely has been speculated about whether or not that's what was used to take Michael to the home. But we know, no, we're not privileged to that information. Again, STACEY Wandra, who says he can't even mow a lawn, is pushing a vehicle out of the driveway to hook it up and tow it. Another crazy contradiction in his physical ability. And then conversation with Brandon Shurtliff. He actually puts STACEY Wandra in the house and says that he went inside and got a drink of water. For the very first time, somebody is actually putting STACEY Wandra in the house, and it's no longer STACEY's lies and stories. STACEY Wandra was in the house. Sarah was in the house. Brandon was in the house. How could STACEY Wandra have witnessed seeing Brandon bind up Michael in the spare room of Brandon's mom's house had he not been in the house? STACEY, you're a liar. You were in the house. And then they leave. You know, they have left and seen on CCTV camera 7:08 p.m. They don't get back into the neighborhood until after 11 p.m. That's over 4 hours they're gone. It's a 45-minute drive to Kuna. So an hour and a half taken off of 4 hours is like 2.5 to 3 hours, right? 2.5 hours. They were at the house for 2.5 hours. It doesn't take that long to hook up a car. But then they have to say, well, it took us so long because the tow strap broke on the way back home. Was that a made-up story? Brandon told me on my live that I had with him that they actually called a tow truck when they, the tow strap broke. But they ended up getting it hooked up. They end up coming back into the neighborhood. Of course, the stories again contradicting themselves because of what they say, who talked to them or how someone talked to them as they're coming in the neighborhood. Because at this point, when they're coming back into the neighborhood a little bit after 11 p.m., it's full-blown search for Michael Vaughan. I mean, I'm sure they got stopped by somebody wanting to know what they were doing, where they'd be going, had to let them know, like, I live back here in Hidden Meadows, you know, and they both have said, you know, they were saying there's a little boy missing. And how strange it would be to have a young boy come up missing in your neighborhood, but then you change your profile picture to that child right after Michael Vaughan. You are a suspect in Michael Vaughan's abduction, STACEY Wandra. And you changed your profile picture to Michael Vaughan. Sarah Wandra does a TikTok with a flyer of Michael Vaughan on her refrigerator. Is that like a trophy picture or something she had up on the fridge? You're going to want to walk by Michael Vaughan's picture on your fridge every day when you are one of the people accused, Sarah, STACEY, ADRIEN, Brandon, a reminder of what you've done. That's just sick to have that up on the refrigerator. Just sick. They get back home. They have the truck, a car in tow. STACEY Wandra says he pulls right in front of their driveway. Brandon and Sarah leave on foot to go look for Michael Vaughan, but they're not gone for very long. He goes in the house and falls asleep. Brandon says that him and Sarah took the car to go look for Brandon, or for Monkey. You're going to drive around the neighborhood to look for a child that's missing? Was it actually to look for Monkey or to be seen looking for Monkey is what I want to know. Whether you're on foot or in the car, because who knows, because they're liars. But are you looking because you're concerned and you're looking? Or are you looking so people see you looking? Well, it doesn't matter because you're suspects. You did suspicious things the day that Michael Vaughan was abducted. You pulled over to the side of the road right at the area where Michael Vaughan was abducted. You're all suspects, and the police had your cell phones in April and May of 2022. You're getting polygraphs according to STACEY Wandra. The tip from STACEY Wandra comes in, and after being on YouTube and saying, I didn't have anything to do with it, I didn't see anything, the child that I saw was not him, Sarah would never do that to a child, all of this and that, and bullshit lies and bullshit. I literally called it the shit show because that's exactly what it was going on. All of these different YouTube creator shows, you know, but then the bombshell. You might be asking yourself, what bombshell? Well, the bombshell is the videos that were released by Brandy Vaughan. Brandy Neal Vaughan in January releases footage of STACEY Wandra telling law enforcement not only where Monkey is buried in the backyard at the Wandra's house, but how and everything. Let's listen to some of it. It is clips, trigger warning. If you cannot stay, I understand. Protect your mental health. Let me see what I got. Here is a little bit of something. This is a 58-second clip where STACEY, and this as, you know, part of the confession, but not all of the confession here. But STACEY Wandra says something really crazy, and I, you know, took a little clip of it and made something let's take a look at this. I want to go over all the ones I have taken and clipped from. Like I said, though, please protect your mental health.
So freaked out about getting stuck in the mud.
I don't know.
Talking about Sarah being freaked out that they were stuck in the mud down in Texas when they took their trip in October of 2021.
Okay. It is a picture of him that I did for this clip, but this doesn't have anything to do with the confession footage. It's just the picture from the confession footage. But we're going to go ahead and listen to it. Remember when they took their trip to Texas? Shortly after Michael Vaughan disappeared, they said they were going down there to pick up a dog in Texas. STACEY ends up in the hospital in New Mexico. Long story short, lots of speculation about whether or not when Michael Vaughan was moved, whether or not he was taken down to Texas, whatnot. But during this conversation that STACEY is having with Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies, he actually says something very suspicious.
It could have had something to do with a guilty conscience. I have no idea.
A guilty conscience. Why was Sarah freaking out about being in the mud? And he says because of a guilty conscience.
So freaked out about getting stuck in the mud.
I don't know.
Talking about Sarah being freaked out that they were stuck in the mud down in Texas when they took their trip in October of 2021.
It could have had something to do with a guilty conscience. I have no idea. There was no reason to be freaked out. We were literally just stuck. I don't know. She's never not been stuck before in her life, but
Yeah, he is. He is at a shelter in this one.
it was just a stuck situation. I don't know.
Just a stuck situation. It's just weird. Why would he say that she was freaked out because of a guilty conscience? I don't get it. Why did Sarah Wandra have a guilty conscience, and what the hell is he even talking about? He's a weirdo and a lighter. I can't. I can't. Okay, what is this one? What is this one? I see the picture. So he said that you bound Michael up in the guest room at your mom's house.
So that is a false statement because I never have met Michael before in my life or never even seen Michael before, Vaughan, in my life up until this day.
I tell Brandon Shurtliff about STACEY saying that he bound Michael up in his mom's spare room, and he literally admits to never seeing Michael up until that day.
And as far as anybody getting tied or kidnapped at my house, this or that, any of that crazy off the wall accusations, that did not happen.
Where did you and Sarah go after you dropped Adrien off at Applebee's in Nampa? Hold on one second. I want to get to the footage. Okay. Here is something from the confession footage.
Why did you guys, when you came back, why did you come back here?
Chris Madonna says, why did you guys come back here? Meaning, why, after getting Michael, why did you bring him back here to Fruitland?
What do you mean, came back there?
Yeah, I mean, like the next day, like you shared with us that, Brandon put him in the guest room, bound up, but then the next day they moved him back here.
They moved him back here the next day. Michael Vaughan is abducted July 27th of 2021. Chris Madonna says, you told us that the next day, July 28th, that they, I'm pretty sure meaning Sarah and Brandon, brought Michael back to here, meaning Fruitland, the house, Red Wing Street. And he's wanting to know why bring him back here. And it's a good question. Like, why would they bring Michael Vaughan back to that house? One of the reasons I can tell you for sure is that Brandon was in a panic. Yes, his mom was gone. Yes, his mom wasn't coming back, but he didn't want to keep Michael over there at his mom's house for any long period of time. They were flipping out. Brandon's flipping out. We got to go get him. We got to bring him back. We can't not leave him there. Since they didn't have a plan because they were all so ignorant in putting this plan together, whatever their plan may have been, they didn't even know what to do. So they brought him back to the same neighborhood where he was abducted. And let's just face it, kidnapping a child, whoever decided to take it upon themselves to steal Michael and take him and abduct him, they did that from that neighborhood, the neighborhood where they lived. He's taken, and then all of a sudden, they got to get the heck out of there with Michael because they know everybody is going to start looking for him and everything else. That's why there was an argument between all of the suspects. Because somebody's pointing out, like, he can't be here or anything. He's got to go because you've taken him from the neighborhood. They're going to be people hollering for him, looking for him, knocking on doors, whatever. Carson Starkey said that dogs also hit shortly after Michael's abduction outside the house at the Wandras. Meaning dogs hid the Wandra's home. Michael's scent was there towards like the front door or the front of the house because he had been there.
Well, why?
That's a great question. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I don't have an answer for that.
What vehicle did they use?
And again, here's Chris Madonna asking STACEY Wandra, what vehicle did they use? So a vehicle is used to take Michael from Tina Mariel's house to the Wandra's house. And STACEY Wandra had to have told Chris Madonna this, or he wouldn't even be asking these questions.
She left me with a Lexus, I believe, that day. So, and it would have been her vehicle.
You have people out there that don't know what the heck that they're talking about $6,000 that JD Huff recently asked for to buy something of evidentiary, value, and says it's the Lexus. The car that STACEY Wandra was driving. If STACEY Wandra was the one who took Michael, you wouldn't want that car because after a certain period of time, there's not going to be any evidence. You're going to want the car that actually went and got Michael Vaughan and brought him back to the Wandra's house. Right? And he's saying he's pretty sure they used Sarah's vehicle. So it doesn't make sense that it would be the Lexus that was purchased for $6,000. People out there are just throwing shit at the wall. Okay. I'm pretty sure I have some more clippings from here too. It's just so crazy. STACEY, Wandra, deny. But then we see the footage. We hear what he told law enforcement. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. And let's not forget when I had Daniel Guthrie on, when I had Misty Miller on. Misty is Brandon's ex-girlfriend. Daniel Guthrie is Brandon's close family friend and had been since he was a teenager. Up on panel, they were both told by Brandon that he left the Wandra's house the night of the 27th and went to his mom's home. I don't believe that Brandon stayed at the Wandra's that night. I believe he stayed where Michael Vaughan was, which was at his mom's house, the night of the 27th.
Okay. All right. We will try there.
Okay.
Do you have any other suggestions for us, Stacey?
I mean, like I said, that's where he was buried.
Okay.
That's the last place I had known. Again, haven't been home for quite a while, and a lot of shit. You know what I mean? So the only other place I would say, if he's not in that backyard, is go to Cuna to Brandon's house and check in the backyard by the tree area.
Okay, well, we're going to...
This is after he's already told law enforcement where Michael was buried in his backyard, where they were excavating during the excavation. He's watching it, FaceTiming. They're not finding Michael in the backyard. The detective's asking him, where else could he be? And Stacey, Wandra mentions maybe he got moved to Brandon's mom's house. What the hell? By the tree with actual, is he taking a guess? Does he know something we don't know? Or does he know something that happened prior? Is this why they end up going to Tina Marill's house? 100%. This is why they go to Tina Marill's. That is why cadaver dogs hit at Tina Marill's house. Something in that statement that he made was true. And they went there and cadaver dogs hit at Tina Marill's house. Gotta find the truth in things that are being said. It may not have been right at that moment. Let's see. And this is Chris Madonna and Stacey having another discussion.
10,000 million% positive he was back here in this backyard.
Yes. I mean, that's...
You're 1,000,000%, you were so sure that Michael Vaughan was buried in your backyard, because that's where Chris Madonna is, in this backyard at the Wandra's house. And he says yes.
That's where Sarah had buried him.
Is there any reason why you would, because you will be asked.
That's where Sarah buried him. He's saying that Sarah buried him in the backyard. Sarah is saying Stacey buried him. Who's telling the truth? I kind of look at it this way. Stacey is a liar. They're all liars, but I kind of look at it like anything that Stacey says that somebody else did, I almost feel like he's the one who did it. Does that make sense to you guys? If he's saying Stacey or Sarah buried him, more than likely he's the one that did it, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know if it's true, But definitely there are two people saying now that Michael was buried in the backyard. Sarah throws STACEY under the bus the moment that the warrant is served on November 11th of 2022. And he's on the phone November 11th, 2022, while they are there searching. He is FaceTiming with Chris Madonna at that moment there. And he is saying Sarah buried him. He also, I believe, says that Adrien helped Sarah too.
Why you would lie about that?
No, there wouldn't be any reason I would ever lie about that. That, to my knowledge, that's where he was buried at.
You know, he had to have been shitting bricks, right? When he's pretty sure he's going to get a deal for telling law enforcement where Michael Vaughan is, and they show up there. They have all this equipment. They're ready to dig. And they did dig 3 to 4 feet down the entire backyard, you guys, searching for Michael. He thought he was going to get a deal. Could you imagine his surprise when he's not found? Yes, this is where Adrien's mentioned helping Sarah bury Michael in the Wandra's backyard.
She just flat out said STACEY did it all?
They get to the house with the warrant, and Chris Madonna just got done telling STACEY that Sarah's already threw you under the bus the moment we walked in the house. That's why STACEY just said what he said. Let's listen to that part again.
She just flat out said STACEY did it all?
No, she said
STACEY did it all? Like, he's like, did it all? Wow, I just caught another slip, you guys. Did it all? Why would he even say that? STACEY did it? STACEY did it all? It's almost like he's taking credit for doing something, but denying that he did all of it. Because why would he even say did it all? Wow, another slip right there. Big time.
Murdered him and buried him.
Oh my.
And Juanita right there is saying, she is saying you murdered him and buried him.
He murdered him and buried him.
Oh my God, dude. That is the most... Wow, man. That's definitely not what I did. I didn't do any of that. And you're going to find out as soon as...
And he's saying, I didn't do any of that. So what did you do? What did you do, STACEY?
You guys locate him. Like I said, I wanted no part in that. None.
Is the duct tape still going to be over his mouth?
It should be.
Trigger warning, you guys. Juanita asks him, is the duct tape still going to be over his mouth? And STACEY Wandra responds with yes. It's, I just...
Is the duct tape still going to be over his mouth?
It should be.
Okay.
I didn't watch take them off.
Okay.
So you should have everything intact as it was.
How long, give me an approximate time frame it took her to dig and bury him?
Now, Chris Madonna just got done asking him, like, how long did it take her to dig? Take Sarah to dig?
I don't know, I'd say probably between a half hour to an hour-ish. I want to say, I mean, I think Adrien was helping her, but...
Adrien was helping her. And didn't Sarah throw Adrien under the bus that Adrien did it? And STACEY Wandra saying Adrien helped bury. Definitely throwing Adrien under the bus there, but you can't connect Adrien really with anything. And Adrien flat says, like, he knows, but he's not going to say anything as long as they leave him alone. And I think that's the reason why they do leave Adrien alone. Because they know if they continue to bring him up or whatever, he might go talk to law enforcement and tell them the knowledge he has about who kidnapped Michael and who hurt him, who did what.
But right about that. I mean, Adrian's pretty. Brandon wasn't anywhere around that.
And he's also saying that Brandon wasn't anywhere around when Michael's being buried.
But I know Adrian's, pretty decent, skinny dude, so he's, I mean, his abilities, and he's taller, so his abilities are a little more, what's the word, spread open, wide open than.
He doesn't even know how to talk. Adrien, do you hear this? STACEY Wandra is throwing you under the bus, saying that you helped Sarah dig a hole in the backyard to put Michael Vaughan in. If you didn't have anything to do with anything, go talk to law enforcement. Do yourself a favor and talk about it, Adrien. Charges are going to come, and you're going to be a dumbass if you don't do something. Like, if you know things, just talk about it. Otherwise, spend your life in jail. And at this point, like, I don't care if you spend your life in jail or get the death penalty or not. When you know things, say something. And if you're not going to, you deserve to have some kind of punishment anyway. Just saying.
Yeah.
This clip talks about the cadaver dogs hitting in the backyard.
Out front or out back here,
Yes.
Trying to direct these guys. As you can see, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
They've had 3 cadaver dogs have all alerted to the backyard, but they're trying to narrow down the scent. And so any help you have.
So to be 1000% with you, where I've directed you is the last place that I knew. That's literally the place that he was buried. Where that dumpster is, or where that bucket is right there is, I mean, that's in.
STACEY Wandra is giving very specific instructions to exactly where he is saying he witnessed Sarah and Adrien dig a hole and bury Michael Vaughan in his backyard, yet spent months and months and months denying ever having anything to do with the abduction of Michael Vaughan, him being buried in the yard, I mean, does it look like law enforcement is bullying him or making him say anything at all to you guys? This is not a mean bullying interrogation. This is STACEY Wandra giving 2 shits only about himself, okay? He only cares about himself. He wants to get a deal. He doesn't want the death penalty. STACEY Wandra is a narcissist, okay? He is the only thing that matters. That is why he continues to lie and lie and lie. Lie to his mom, saying it was a false confession. Lying to Eve on her channel. It was a false confession. Let's talk about why you did that, STACEY. Why would you give a false confession? Well, they bullied me. They were mean to me. They pressured me for days, for hours. What, did they not feed you? Did you have to live in your own piss and shit too, STACEY? Give me a break. You are not the victim. The only victim and victims is Michael Joseph Vaughan and the Vaughan family, who are still waiting for answers. And although you have talked to law enforcement, I mean, come on, somebody, please. Suspects, somebody tell the truth. Tell where Michael Vaughan is. I mean, you can't really do anything from here, right? Because he's saying that Michael Vaughan was buried in the backyard, and then they go there and he's not found. Had he been found, everything that STACEY said had been even more credible, and then there would have been arrests right then and there, right?
That's in the area where I told you. I wasn't out there when she was burying him, correct? Completely.
Okay.
I just had noticed the general vicinity, which is where that bucket, that loader is. That's.
So we came out to this
fence.
See that mark on your fence?
Yeah.
we came out to that point, and we went down. How far did you guys go down?
Oh, about 3 foot. Pretty good.
Yeah. And the thing about it is he's going to continue singing like a jaybird. He's already been in jail again for months and months and months. Since right before Christmas of 2024. I mean, what else is he saying? Sarah seems to believe that she needs a lawyer all of a sudden. I wonder why.
3 foot. Pretty deep.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything. How close was he to the, it's like the box that was out there for sprinkler box? How close was he to the sprinkler box?
He was to the...
It was in the middle of the yard, about where the bucket is.
Oh yeah, it's not there anymore, huh?
No.
I mean, he wasn't...
Do you hear this laugh? He's telling law enforcement where a child was buried. A 5-year-old little boy, Michael Vaughan, was buried in his yard. And he laughs. I mean, a psycho little... I mean, come on now. You're laughing while telling law enforcement where a 5-year-old boy was buried. It's disgusting. He's so disgusting. He's a monster. We all seen how he treated Brandy Neal Vaughn right here on Missing PNW, where she finally got to confront one of the suspects. And he was a monster then. The way he attacked at her, called us, you know, the way he treated us both, but the way he treated her. But he's laughing. This man, I don't even know the words to describe him. Come on. I can't. Michael Vaughan is no longer here with us. He needs to be brought home so they can lay him to rest. Brandy Neal Vaughn is sick. This family has been through so much, yet showing so much resilience. The fact that Brandy keeps fighting, the fact that Pidge has gotten through, Blue Pidge, has gotten through her high school years and graduated and now looking for college. The strength that this family has shown in 4 years to the day today since Michael's abduction. And we're going over everything. And STACEY, Wandra, is on the screen right now, and he's laughing. I get so pissed, you guys. So aggravated. It's just, this isn't okay. Yes, Renee, psychopath. This is disgusting.
It was. I think it was a little bit closer in than the sprinkler. Where was it at? Right there.
Yeah, you can see it out there tore up.
Yeah. No, so it would have been a little closer in. Not like right on the edge of the fence, but.
Okay.
I mean, listen to these specifics. He's shitting himself because they're not finding Michael Vaughan. He ain't gonna get that deal. And then after all of this, he really has nothing else to give law enforcement because the one thing he thought he had to get him that deal is gone. Sarah or Brandon, the only 2 people that could have done something.
I'm giving you the best I can, guys. Like lots. Sarah hasn't exactly been.
Did you guys just hear all those laughs? What an evil MF for real. Listen. Oh my God, that was creepy AF for real.
Sarah hasn't exactly.
Wow. I gotta rewind again. Listen to this, you guys. Oh my God.
Okay, guys, lots.
Oh my God. What a friggin' creep. Gross.
And Sarah hasn't exactly been complete, you know, with obviously being honest with you guys, and I'm trying to give you what I can.
Could it have been over in the court, Stacy? Over next to Starkey's fence?
It might be. You could check there. All I know is that the place where I saw her start the shoveling was where I pointed you. But fuck, tear up the whole yard. I'm giving you guys what I got. Like I said. Huh?
We don't want to do that unless we have to.
I know, and I don't want you to have to, unless you have to either. But I can only.
Over there in the corner by the fence, huh?
It may be.
Starkey's tree?
It could be.
Renee, I totally agree with you. He did. He sounded like a pure, like the devil, like a demon. It's gross and disgusting. And yes, McSporn, he's vile. This is, yeah, let's just not anymore with him. The gagging, the spitting, all of the crap we listened to with him in denial of ever doing anything. And now here we are, 4 years. The family has no justice. Michael's still not home. Suspects know where he's at. You know, I haven't even shown you guys a smidge of what I have, and I've already been live for over 5 hours. 5 hours. And have barely even touched this case. So many layers, so many lies, so much disturbing information about all of these suspects. We went over it for months recently, months, going through all of STACEY Wandra's lives that he did with creators, going all over Brandon's, bringing up all of the information that we had on ADRIEN, LUCIENNE, and Sarah Wandra. And I still have a very long recording of information to still share about ADRIEN, LUCIENNE. Just so much information. But the one thing that stands and remains is the fact that there are 4 suspects in Michael Vaughan's case: Sarah Wandra, STACEY Wandra, ADRIEN, LUCIENNE, and Brandon Shurtliff. And one of them murdered Michael after one of them abducted Michael. One of them buried Michael in the Wandra's backyard, and one of them moved Michael to an unknown location. It is time for justice for Michael, for the Vaughan family. It's time to lay Michael to rest. Let's take this stress off of Brandy Neal Vaughan so she can fight even harder. Let charges come soon. Keep praying for the family. Keep praying for those charges. Monkeys Army, please don't ever go away. Keep, sharing Michael's beautiful face, like Brandy always says, sharing his beautiful smile. Share his story. Share his flyer. Social media is the absolute best way to share Michael. Share the lives that have been done on Michael. Share information by law enforcement. It's so very important to keep Monkey alive in this aspect, sharing him over and over and over again. We don't want anybody to forget Michael. We need the community to still stay behind the Vaughan family, to keep supporting them, being there for him, and when charges come, to support them even more and make sure that the judge and the jury and everybody else involved, the district attorney and other attorneys, to make sure that they do their jobs right and that they are convicted for what they did to Michael Vaughan. It's so very important. So please, today, I don't say this very often. I don't beg very often, but today marks 4 years, okay, that Michael Vaughan has been abducted, that the family has suffered. Please take a flyer today and share Michael. You can get it from, you know, the Michael Vaughan Case Revisited Facebook group. There's other Facebook groups you can get it from. If somebody, one of the moderators could share a link for maybe the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or you can also find it, the Idaho Persons Clearinghouse, and then just type in Michael's name and a flyer will pop up. Share Michael today. Do that for the Vaughan family, to show respect for them, to show that you are here to help support and to help find Monkey. That's what you can do for the Vaughan family today. If you're wondering, if anybody here has a tip for Michael Joseph Vaughan, please, please, please come forward with that tip. Don't hold it on, don't hold on to it any longer. Call the tip line at 208-642-6006 or email findmichael@fruitland.org. It's been 4 years of no hugs and kisses, no I love yous. 4 years of no baths. And that beautiful smell of your child that you get right after they have that bath, right before you put them in their PJs and tell them goodnight. 4 years of no good morning, Michael, and those good morning snuggles, and those family breakfasts, or even that single little breakfast where it's just you and Michael eating breakfast together, talking about the day. 4 years of not hearing Michael's laugh, seeing his smile, or looking into his beautiful blue eyes. 4 years of not watching Michael grow up or play with his monster trucks or play his games, play with his best friend, his little baby sister Buggy, hanging out with his big sister or hanging out with his big brother who he looked up to, hanging out with his dad. No more camping trips or digging in the dirt for rocks. No finding frogs or salamanders or insects. 4 years of no school friends, not making those relationships and cherishing them forever, meeting new teachers every year. 4 years of no Christmas mornings. No waking up to Santa Claus presents. No Thanksgiving dinners. No Easter egg hunts. No church to celebrate Christmas or Easter. No 4th of July fireworks. No sitting under the stars and under the moon. Michael loved to sit under the stars and the moon and just look up there and talk to his mom, talk to them about what he saw. And besides all those things that Michael missed out on with his family, there's been 4 years of wonder, of what ifs. 4 years of heartache and pain. Where's Michael? Is he okay? Is he scared? Is he eating? Is he alive? Or if he's, is he dead? Is he being harmed? Or is he being loved? 4 years of endless, sleepless night. Just Brandy Vaughan would sleep on the porch and wait for Monkey to come home right after he was abducted. Her and Tyler would take turns sleeping on the couch next to the front door because neither of them wanted to miss Michael coming into the front door if he had just wandered off and decided to come back home on his own. 4 years of nightmares when they actually did get just a little bit of sleep. 4 years of searching for Michael, advocating, doing YouTube lives, news interviews, hanging flyers until their feet were blistered, until feet were frostbitten from walking in the snow. Their skin burned from walking in that heat that we spoke about earlier. The heat, I mean, it was so hot the day that he disappeared and all the days following, some kind of heat wave there, and they're just burnt. Their skin's burnt looking for him. 4 years of law enforcement interviews and visiting, actually becoming family with law enforcement over the 4 years, because your son is gone and these are the people that you have now that you have to trust, the people that you've grown to love, because they are doing everything they can to find Michael Vaughan, everything in their power to find their son, their brother, their grandson, their nephew. 4 years of their hearts pounding out of their chest every single time the phone rang. Making sure their phone is charged or close by, because if it's not, you're in a panic that that phone call could come. That one phone call that never has came, that Michael Vaughan has found, that he's coming home. 4 devastating years of the unknown, knowing that there are 4 suspects, 4 people who know all of the answers to your questions, especially the one question that weighs the heaviest on the Vaughan family, and that is, where is Michael Joseph Monkey Vaughan? Where is he? He needs to come home. Michael deserves justice. The Vaughan family deserves to be able to put him to rest and to try to get a little bit of peace. Just a little bit of peace. Thank you guys so much for coming, for joining this all-day live stream. I have so much more information I can share with you. If you've been here, if you have followed me, if you follow Michael Vaughan's case, I know you've heard it all before. If you're new, thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of Monkey's Army. Now you're our family. You can't get rid of us. We're never going to stop. I've promised Brandy that I will never stop. The family members that I have talked to, we've all promised her we will never stop. We've made those promises to her in case something happens to her, so she knows that if she needs to let go and go, it's okay, and we'll still fight for her. We'll still fight for Monkey, no matter what. Heartbreaking to be here 4 years later. And I can't imagine what all of the family is going through, all of the aunties and uncles and Papa and just everybody that's been around this whole 4 years. I've only been around for a little over a year and a half, and my heart feels like it's been ripped out of my chest every time I think about what Brandy and her family, what the Vaughan family is going through today. We've heard about all the different triggers that Brandy has, hearing drones up in the air, you know, It triggers her back to the day that Michael disappeared, hearing helicopters. Or every time the phone rings, like, is this going to be the phone call? The phone call. Being a part of all those searches, or even living with the fact that there are people out there accusing the Vaughan family having something to do with Michael being gone, which is absurd. And they still push through. Brandy even saying nice things about Eve this last week. I couldn't even believe it. When all she does is talk shit about the Vaughan family. Or Brandy reaching out to these suspects saying, like, if you would only tell me where my son is, I would forgive you. She would forgive the people that have taken her child, who have murdered him. And she would forgive. That's how big her heart is. That's how loving and caring and what a beautiful person she is. All of her kids are the same. Her husband's the same. Somebody knows something. Law enforcement has said it. There are other people out there that know things, and people need to come forward, and they need to say, they need to talk to law enforcement. They need to call the tip line at 208-642-6006 or email findmichael@fruitland.org. Come forward. Please. I hope and pray that July 27th of 2026, I'm not here having a live like this. That I'm having a live to talk about the charges, to talk about the warrants, to talk about the fact that 4 suspects are going down for what they have done to Michael Joseph Vaughan. That's what I want to be here doing next year. And I pray that Brandy's here with us. In Kyron's case, it's 15 years. I definitely don't want to be here 15 years, and I damn sure don't want the Vaughan family to be here 15 years later. And if there are people out there that have tips that could keep that from happening, please come forward. You owe it. You owe it to the Vaughan family. You owe it to Michael. Be his hero. I know Brandy and the Vaughan family are so very happy that everybody showed up today to support them, to support Monkey. I'm so glad she was here, that she listened. Thank you so very much, Lynn and Katie, for coming up and talking. I know it was difficult. I know it was spur of the moment. But Brandy was just too sick to come up, to say anything, to write anything, to make a video. Heartbroken. I know so many people in Monkey's Army that are heartbroken. I was up till 2 a.m. talking with somebody, completely heartbroken, just repeating over and over and over again just how sad this day actually is for the Vaughan family. The memories that are probably running through their heads today. Like, can you believe 4 years ago, like, Michael walked out the door and walked right around that corner, and there were pieces of shit that decided to, like, abduct him. And then you find out later on that Michael's no longer with us here. He's in heaven. And then you got to deal with that, right? You have to process that. You've already processed the fact that he's been abducted. Now you have to process that he's gone to heaven. And you've got to explain that to your 5-year-old little girl who plays with Monkey, who talks about him daily on a regular basis, who thought that She actually thought that these suspects were keeping him safe and were going to return him back home. I have never, ever, ever worked on something that has been so heartbreaking in my life. From the very first moment that I saw Brandy on a news broadcast and I heard her talk, it was right after I was asked to work on this case, and I didn't even know who Michael Vaughan was. I thought they were talking about the Dior case. And no, it was Michael Vaughan, and I had to look him up. I live right here in Washington State, and I hadn't even heard about it. And I played a broadcast earlier where they were like, he should have got better and more national attention. Hell yeah, he should have. I didn't even hear about him. I'm asked to take on the case. I start looking into it. I hadn't decided whether or not I wanted to or not. And then I found out that he was sponsored by the Kyron Horman Foundation. And Kyron Horman's somebody I've been working on for years and years. Came up missing right here, June 10th. Or June 4th, I'm sorry, 2010. But Michael Vaughan was sponsored by him, and I took that as, oh my gosh, you're supposed to work on this case. And then as I'm looking through all the news broadcasts and everything else, I saw Brandy Vaughan. I actually saw her tell the suspects, I will forgive you if you just tell me where my son is. And I was broken. I was heartbroken, but I knew I had to fight. I knew I had to be on this side of everything. I knew I wanted to be part of Monkey's army. I knew me and Brandy were going to become great friends. We would sit and talk and chat all over the internet, and we started talking about crystals and rocks and everything, and I knew I just had this connection, and I knew I just had to do this. And I've never had anything affect me or never been so passionate about something before because of how good their family is, if that makes sense. I wanted to work on this because of how good they are. So it's difficult for me to hear people bashing the family for something they had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with. There wasn't the time, the means before the cops got there. There was no way that Tyler Vaughan was going to be able to get rid of Monkey in the time. They came in and searched that house so many damn times. They have Tyler Vaughan all over that neighborhood on CCTV camera looking for his son. Brandy is seen at work on camera. So emotional. Please, if you have any information about Michael Joseph Vaughan, call in the tip 208-642-6006 or email findmichael@fruitland.org. No tip is too small. You guys are amazing. So many people that are here have been here for months, for years, supporting the Vaughan and the Vaughan's and Michael. Beverly Lawyer says, 1977, Detroit, Michigan. First time I realized kids could be abducted. Oakland County child abductions. My life as a happy girl ended then. And there are cases back from 1977 and even way before that that are still either not solved or have been solved after 30, 40, 50 years. So a message to all the suspects in Michael Vaughan's case. I will be here till I'm gone if justice hasn't been served. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. I'm here. I'm never giving up. The Vaughan family's never going to give up. You heard it today. Brandy's sisters aren't giving up. The people that I work with aren't giving up. Fruitland's not going to give up. One of my partners that I work with has thousands and thousands of screenshots of talking with suspects, of having her sources talking with suspects. Me, the same thing. We have so much information, and so much information we still have yet to release. And these suspects just keep pissing us off, and we just keep releasing more and more and more and more because we're not going to go away. The first-degree murder charges with the death penalty would make the suspects start singing like canaries. Brandon, think about that. I think you should listen to Chuck's granddaughter, Brandon. Thank you guys so much for all the prayers, for being here all day. I will never forget the day news hit that Michael was abducted. So many of you guys have been here since the very beginning. Truth and justice. Now, thank you for being here, Barbin. I hope I said that correct. I'm seeing new faces, old faces. Angel Girl, thank you for being here. You're always praying so much. Thank you. McSporn, Chuck's granddaughter. Hot Mess, McSporn, Beverly Lawyer. Alicia, thank you for being here. You guys are so greatly appreciated, not just by me, but by the family. Sarah Suspicious, you're an amazing moderator. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here this whole time. I know you're not feeling good. She's been sick, and she's still here. She would never miss it for the world. We do have some other moderators that are sick, going through some personal issues, and it's all right. It's all right. Everybody's got something. Good night, Hot Mess. Thank you for coming in. Thank you so much. I just feel blessed to be here, to be working on Michael's case, and I'm actually just blessed to know the Vaughan family, even though, you know, Michael's abduction is what brought us together. I have met so many amazing people that I love very much. I see you. Thank you for being here. I love seeing you here. Moderator for Justin. Oh. Chuck's granddaughter is putting up flyers. That's what I want to see and hear. Brandon and Adrian, what were you doing at this very minute 4 years ago today? Good question, I see you. What were you guys doing? Let's see. It is 6:32 p.m. here in Vancouver, Washington, which means it's 7:32 in Idaho right now. And within the last half hour, 4 years ago, is when Michael Joseph Vaughan was abducted. And when Brandy found out that Tyler couldn't find Michael, and when a 911 phone call was made that they can't find Michael, Brandy's driving as fast as she can to get home. Getting home to see police at her house. Pidge is in the house looking all over for Michael. Bubba's in the house looking for Michael. Buggy, she's just a baby. Looking around, seeing all this frantic stuff going on. You know, Tyler in the car driving around, looking at the splash pad, looking all over for Michael, can't find Michael, comes back to the house. Police are already there. And within another half an hour, alerts are being sent out via email, text messages, phone calls to people in the area. And it was through some kind of app or something, because there was no Amber Alert that went off. that there was a little boy named Michael Vaughan who came up missing with his description: 3 feet 7 inches tall, wearing boxers and a Minecraft t-shirt, blonde hair, blue eyes. And at this point didn't know how he got out of the house or what. Tyler thought it was through the garage door because he could open it going out the back door. I guess he couldn't get the front door open. Monkey's Army, thank you for being here. We will not give up. We are not going away. You hear that, Brandon? Like I said, there is some new information that I didn't want to put and add here at this live. I didn't want it getting lost in the mix. I want to be able to make a thumbnail so that people can actually find newest information. I will be doing it sometime this week. Bear with me. My time, my family time right now, very, very important to me. I have a daughter that just had a huge surgery who's still in recovery. So I've been watching my grandkids a lot. I've had one of my youngest granddaughters here for almost a week. One of my older granddaughters here for almost a week. We've had a couple crabbing trips. My youngest daughter's husband is very ill. I'm not going to go into details about what's going on with him, but he is very ill. We've been very concerned about him for months, and whatever it is going on with him has been getting worse. I've had some own personal stuff going on in my own life, along with health issues. All of these things, plus my computer going tits up on me, are the reasons why I haven't been around for the last month. But just want you guys to know that I'm still here. I'm still researching. I'm still talking to people. I'm still looking to do future lives. I am not giving up. So don't take my absence as, oh, she's just stopped, or she's just given up, or she's not going to continue doing what she said, because that's not who I am. And everybody in the Vaughan family and anybody else that's close to them that knows me knows that is true. Thank you, Renee, for coming in today. I appreciate you being here and sticking around. It's been a long live. Michael Vaughan was abducted July 27, 2021. 4 named suspects. Updated January 10th of 2025. Still, Brandon Shurtliff, Adrienne Lucienne, STACEY Wandra, and Sarah Wandra. There's a over $52,000 reward for anybody that has information about Michael Vaughan's disappearance. Monkey's Army also says, I'm just going to come out and say it. We know who knows where Michael is, and that person needs to give the location of Michael. Yes, we do. And this profile is Monkey's Army, and I know exactly who's behind Monkey's Army. And we do know who knows where Monkey is. I mean, we're just going to start throwing people under the bus. People are talking still. People are still talking. People are seeing these suspects that are still loose, Adrienne and Brandon, and they are messaging us. They are talking about where you are, what you're doing, what jobs you're doing, how much money you're making. Some people are hiring you just to have you there at the house to take pictures of you to see, here he is, and he's working. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, yeah. You guys can try to run, but you cannot hide. We know where you are. And if you think we're going to be foolish enough to blast it out on the internet so you just turn around and run again, yeah, we're not that stupid. We are not foolish and stupid like you guys were. OG Nanny in the house. I didn't even see you come in, hun. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you guys for all the love and prayers. I'm sorry I got super emotional. Actually, I'm not even going to apologize for being emotional because it's been a very emotional day. I've done nothing this entire life but wonder what Brandy and the Vaughan family are going through today. I'm heartbroken. I'm absolutely heartbroken that they have to sit and even think about what today is. Jemima, thank you so much for always being here, being so supportive, showing up, giving great information, always passing along information, emailing me, talking with me. There's so many of you that have been here for so long that help so much that I just appreciate more than you'll ever know. And I know Brandy and the Vaughan family feel the same way. You know what I found out last night going through my TikTok? Papa Vaughan, or Papa Neil, I should say, friended me on TikTok, and I just had the biggest smile on my face when I was like, oh my God, Papa Neil is like my friend now on TikTok. Wow. It's just, I've never spoke to him personally. I just know things that have been talked about and stuff. And I just, I love the family so much. I know we are really all emotional, especially those that have just, put so much into this case. I know so many creators that, that have worked this case really hard and that are also really heartbroken today. I haven't even looked. Matter of fact, while I got you guys here still, I looked earlier, but I did not. Let me look real quick. I didn't see any updates for today by any news on Michael 4-year abduction date. I looked earlier, did not find anything. I didn't find anything even written out by Fruitland police. Okay, so we've got news here. Okay, let's see. Time to share some screen. We're going to be here a little bit longer. I was getting ready to end it, but I'm not. What do we got here? There are some updates. I don't know if we'll see any new information, but maybe we will. This is KIVI-TV. It has been 4 years since Michael Vaughan went missing. This is from 2 hours ago. Let me get rid of this. I hate all the ads. Michael Vaughan was 5 years old on July 27th, 2021 when he disappeared from Fruitland. This has had several twists and turns, but Michael has never been found. When the news broke that Michael went missing, law enforcement, the community, and surrounding areas responded in an effort to locate the young boy, but nearly 4 months later, there was no sign of Michael. I'm just trying to see if this is going to be like a news clip. We want to read more. Nope, we don't want that. Negative. Get out of there. They trick you, right? I'm here to ask you to please keep Michael's face, his name, and his story in every one of your hearts, said Brandy Vaughan, Michael's mother, at a press conference. It has been 115 days that he has not been home. Well, today marks 1,461 days since Michael has not been home.
Be the first to watch Lilo and Stitch at home today.
Let's get through this ad real quick.
Fruitland. And although this case has taken many twists and turns, the young boy has never been found. I'm your neighborhood reporter, Steve Dent, and I take a look back at what has happened in the past 4 years.
The search for a missing Treasure Valley boy escalates as it goes into a second day.
On July 27th of 2021, then 5-year-old boy Michael Vaughan disappeared in Fruitland. Law enforcement, the community, and surrounding areas immediately responded in an effort to locate the boy, but Michael remained missing.
It has been 115 days. 115 days. He has not been home.
A major development in the case of missing Fruitland boy Michael Vaughan.
In November of 2022, law enforcement dug up a backyard in Fruitland at the home of Sarah Wandra, who was arrested at the time for failing to report a death. Those charges have since been dropped, and police did not find Michael after almost a week of excavating the entire backyard.
Although the remains of Michael Vaughan were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property.
Fruitland police told us the suspects were Sarah Wandra, her husband STACEY, and 2 other people that were living at that house when Michael disappeared.
That's literally the place that he was buried.
In January of this year, a leaked video emerged showing STACEY Wandra giving police directions on where Michael Vaughan got buried.
Like underneath the dirt mound area.
And about where he's standing?
Yeah, a little bit less, like closer to the house.
Following that new development in January, Michael's mother told us she wants answers, as Michael Vaughan remains missing to this day. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has put out an age-progressed photo, and if you have any information that could help in this investigation, please reach out to the Fruitland Police Department, and you can do so anonymously. I'm your neighborhood reporter, Steve Dent, for Idaho.
Okay, let's see what else we got here. Come on. Hello. Okay, here we go. Let's see. That's 6 days ago. That's 6 days ago. I know that said 4-year mark. I'm looking to see if Fruitland put anything out. No, I have not seen anything by Fruitland. We can see what the Orgus Observer has said here. This mentions that $6,000. The last update on how the case is going was in February when Police Chief J.D. Huff got approval from the Fruitland City Council for the use of $16,000 to purchase an item related to the investigation. Huff declined to comment on the item, saying it was tied to the investigation, so he could not talk about it. Just prior to that, in January, Michael's mom, Brandy Neal Vaughan, leaked body cam footage from the year he went missing, in which one of the named suspects confesses to knowing where Michael's body was. This led to the digging up of the 2 yards in Fruitland, but police did not find any remains. And then, yeah, so nothing really new. There's Monkey. Maybe there'll be an update on the Facebook tomorrow because it is a Sunday. Mary, thank you for coming in. I know. I hate the suit too, but maybe there'll be an update tomorrow on Monday. Hell, maybe 4 years. Maybe we'll hear something about some charges or something. I mean, I can hope, right? Sam, love to your family. So take care of what you need to. Love you. Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate that. Monkey's Army is here and still saying Fruitland is preparing for a much bigger statement. One that holds people accountable. One that gives some answers. One that no one can excuse. We stand with Fruitland Police Department. Wow, what do you know that I don't know? I'm going to have to give you a phone call in a little bit. So Fruitland is preparing a much larger, bigger statement. One that holds people accountable. One that gives some answers. I would love to hear this. If there's any updates, make sure to subscribe, to click the notification bell, and if you feel like it, become a member of Missing PNW Crimes Revisited. My name's Samantha. I love, love, love all of the people that come in, whether you subscribe, whether you lurk, whether you watch the replay, whether you don't like me, whether you love me. I don't care. I'm here for these kids. That's all that matters to me. I'm going to continue bringing in any updates. That's why you want to click that notification bell, because I am famous for spur of the moments. And if there is any new updates on any of the cases that I do, especially Michael Vaughan's, you're going to want to be here for that, or any updates on Brandy Vaughan. So thank you guys all for coming in. I'm going to end this with just a little, I think I took that down. Hold on, let me find it. I'm going to end it with the song made by Opal. Let me see if I can find it again. And I will definitely see everybody this week, one day this week. For what, I'm not quite sure. It could be an update on Michael's case. It could be an arrest. It could be some new information. It could be a lot of things. Hold on, let me find. I went through so many links I need to find. There it is. All right, I found the song. So now I just need to share the screen. So before I go, I just want to tell you guys again, I love you guys. Thank you guys for coming in, for being here, supporting the family, supporting Monkey, for being part of Monkey's Army, for showing love to the Vaughan family, always supporting them no matter what. Share, share, share. Michael, please don't listen to the rumors. Listen to Fruitland Police Department and what they have said. We are all praying for the Vaughan family today. Our hearts are broken. We want justice for Monkey and the Vaughan family. Thank you, Beverly. And we're never going to stop. We're always going to be here. Thanks again to Lynn and Katie for coming on, Brandy's sisters. Thank you guys all so much. Let me just pull this up real quick, and I will see you guys again soon.
In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. Where is Michael, playful and free, running in a world so wild with glee? Where's the laughter? Where's the joy? Bring back home that little boy. Fruitland streets, they hold their breath, searching shadows since your last step. In the twilight, hopes don't fade, praying safe return without delay. In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. Where is Michael, playful and free, running in a world so wild with glee? Where's the laughter? Where's the joy? Bring back home that little boy. Fruitly face, they hold their breath, searching shadows since your last step. In the twilight, hopes don't fade, praying safe return without delay. Every face, every glance, catching hope in every chance. I still search the endless night for signs of you in morning light. Every face, every glance, catching hope in every chance. I still search the endless night for signs of you in morning light.
Don't forget about Michael. Please, please do not forget about Michael. We don't, we haven't, and we won't stop until we bring him home and get justice for him. Please, please do not forget about Michael.
In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home. In the whispers of the wind we hear a name that echoes sharp and clear. Michael Vaughan, where did you roam? So many hearts await you home.
Have a good night, everybody. We love you, Brandy, Tyler, Blue, Bubba, Buggy, Papa, and all the rest of the Vaughn family, the Neal family. We're never going to forget. We're always going to be here. Please bring Monkey home. Please don't forget about Michael Vaughan. Share his beautiful face. Keep praying for the Vaughns. Keep praying for Brandy. We love you guys. We're never going to give up. Never going to give up.